Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I please get Mike Barbone, Dom Balducci, and Brian Balducci to the third floor of the timing tower, please? Mike Barbone, Dom Balducci, and Brian Balducci to the third floor of the timing tower, please. And that should conclude our new combination time run. So we'll be down here just for a few minutes. Let those new combination time runs get their cars turned back around, and then we'll make the call for first round of eliminations. So junior dragsters, you are on standby. Juniors, you're on standby. We'll be calling you here in just a few minutes. All right. While it's quiet, we're going to kick off the FRBR trivia / scavenger hunt, depending on what we have up our sleeve. And for this one, first person to the first floor of the timing tower with a pillow will win a prize. So if you're still sleeping, wake up, grab your pillow, and run to the first floor of the timing tower with your pillow and claim your prize. Paisley says thank you. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters for round one of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. For Blittersdorf Automotive, round number one, I need junior dragsters 6 to 9 to lane 5, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 6, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 7. For the buy runs, based on the last racer in their age group, and if two racers went out at the same time, whoever had the best reaction time. So that would be a 6 to 9-year-old car number 193X, 10 to 12-year-olds P111, and 13 to 17-year-olds 170X. Those will be your buys, your wait and see buys. So junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please, for first round of competition. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 5, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 6, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 7. Want to welcome everyone at home watching on Diamond State Digital. We'll be starting with the opening ceremonies and then into first round of eliminations. Another great day of racing action here at the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Last night, Chris Wilson cashed in on the Daryl Tillman Realty Group bonus program in the final round. He had a 10-pack or better, so got a check for $250. You can also raise those stakes if you're 5 or better, 5-pack or better, get $500. Or if you lay down a perfect run in the finals, you get $2,500. So once again, congrats to all of our winners so far this weekend. Looking forward to concluding the event here today, day number 3. So thanks to all those who have stuck it out with us here this weekend. Thanks to the new entries that have joined us here on Sunday. Might have to break out the sweatshirts, long pants, and long johns here today. It's supposed to be down to, I think, 91 or 92 from 95 or 97, so it's really cooling off out there. But in all seriousness, it's still going to be very hot out today, so make sure you hit up the Nitro Graphics water down at the bottom of the timing tower. It's on ice, and it's free, so grab 1 or 2. Keep yourself hydrated. 3 or 4 if you need it. We want everybody to stay hydrated today, and everyone get home safe and have a fun day of racing. Here at Maple Grove Raceway, I want to thank FRBR Promotions again for putting on the event. Thanks to all the great sponsors that have made the event what it is, because without the sponsors, none of this is possible. I want to thank Access Insurance Agency for providing the racer meal yesterday. Blittersdorf Automotive, the presenting sponsor of the event. B&M Performance and Machining is giving you the live stream at home for free. C2 Competition Converters and Machining is your top ball class sponsor. Thanks to Competitive Suspension for their round prizes. Big thanks to Daryl Tillman Realty Group, again, your title sponsor here and doing the bonus program in the finals. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling is your junior dragster class sponsor. ISC Salesmaster, providing you with the buyback Italian Ice or your ISC Racers tape. Morris Performance Transmissions brought you the shootouts last night. Again, Nitro Graphics with the free water at the base of the tower. Orth Family Racing with the free coffee. I appreciate that. I've cashed in on that myself, so greatly appreciated there. Portatree Timing Systems, the Step Up Your Game promotion. We appreciate them. No Box, sponsored by Roadrunner Race Fuels. Friday we had donuts that were absolutely delicious, brought to you by Southampton Long Island Hotel and Summit Racing for providing lots of different racer swag and prizes here this weekend. So again, can't thank all the sponsors enough. Can't thank all the racers enough for supporting the 5th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Another wonderful FRBR Promotions event. So junior dragsters, you should be filling up in the lanes, and we'll be kicking off round number 1 here in just a few minutes. Also, while it's quiet, before you leave here, don't forget to get your event t-shirt. It's down at the bottom of the timing tower, $25 will get you that. If they still have any of the past event shirts, they're $15 for one or $20 for two. Grab those before they're gone. Also, the speed shop is open. Concessions are open. Again, first 30 coffees are free thanks to Orth Family Racing. So grab you a nice coffee to get your day started. Everything is up and running, ready to go here at Maple Grove Raceway. And I mentioned it earlier, but anybody that's planning to leave their trailer here, you'll need to make sure that it goes to the Millings lot. If you don't know where that is, come to the tower, and we'll make sure that you know where that is. Or everybody's preferred method, go bug Shane, because that's everybody's favorite thing to do. And before we get started here today, again, yesterday was a very tragic day 2 years ago in the drag racing world. We lost Sean Serra way too early. The young man was a figure here at Maple Grove Raceway, as well as many tracks throughout the country and especially in the Northeast. And he unfortunately lost his life 2 years ago yesterday. And the racing family still misses him tremendously. Before we get started today, if everyone would please rise, we'll have a moment of silence for Sean, followed by the playing of the national anthem. And again, we thank you for joining us here for the Daryl Tillman Realty Group 5th Annual Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. It is time to go racing here on day number last at Maple Grove Raceway. Best of luck to all the racers out there. We look forward to a great, safe day of racing with everyone. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. And we'll go ahead and do first call. No box, double entries to 1 and 2, please. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. Kurt Holland, you'll be the wait and see by. Kurt Holland, you'll be the wait and see by. But I'm sure you're probably doubled, so you'll run 1 and then be the wait and see by. Kurt Holland, you were... So here we go. First round of competition. First pair down the track. Noah Dustin and Ava Lacey. Ava turns it red, gives the win to Noah. Noah goes 12:07.1 on the 12:19. Ava 14:34 with a 4 on a 14:10 for the loss, and it'll head to the buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower. Alexis Lusby, 12:10 here tower side, taking on Kara Lusby, 12:08 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And at the stripe, give the win to Alexis. 1 above 8 for the win. Kara had the better reaction time, but breaks it out. 12:06 with a 7 on a 12:08 for the loss. Jameson Aquino here, tower side. 1455, taking on Emma Corsentino over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 1178. And Winley give it to Emma in the double breakout run. Emma goes 1171 the 3 on the 1178. Jameson 1442 with the 3 on a 1455 for the loss. Danica Dustin, 9 flat the dial for the Lucas Oil Lane, tower side in the Pro Torque lane, Darian Hill. Give the win to Darian. 971 with a 1 on a 973 with a better reaction time. Danica 896.9 on the 9 flat for the loss. Camden Berry here, tower side, 890 in the Pro Torque lane, taking on Sophia Curtis in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed in at a 9 flat. Winley, give it to Sophia. 30 on the tree, then breaks it out, 895 with a 0 on the 9 flat dial as Camden turns at 17 red, goes 887.6 on the 890 dial for the loss. Troy Steinke here, tower side, 892. Taking on Shane Connor, 894 over in the far lane. Winley, give it to Shane Connor, 26 on the tree, goes 887.0 on the 894. Troy, Turns it red, 35 red goes 889 for the 892 dial for the loss. Mason Dudley, 9 flat, has won both days so far here at the Independent Showdown. Once in the shootout last night and the main event on Friday. To say he's on a tear is an understatement. Austin Booker here, tower side, 893 the dial. Give the win to Austin Booker. 890 with a 0 on an 893 dial as Dudley breaks it out 1 thou more. Had plenty of room, had the starting line advantage, and goes 896.9 on the 9 flat. He'll head to the buyback window. Landon Anderson here, tower side, 890, taking on Hunter Ward, 901 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winley, give it to Landon, 886.3 on the 890 dial. Has Hunter Ward, 893.3 on the 901 dial. Had the better reaction time, but could not get loaded up enough on the big end. Paisley Anderson here, tower side, 890. Taking on Reagan Ketterman, 912. And get the win to Reagan Ketterman, 907.4 on a 912, as Paisley had the starting line advantage, but could not find the brake pedal on the big end. A lot of juniors running out here this morning, big time. Give the win here, tower side to cue ball, Charlie Blittersdorf. 785.9 on 792s. Jordan Nelson turns at 24 red, then coasted on through on the big end. Tyler Lusby here now, 795 the dial, taking on Shane Daly. Daly dialed in at an 8 flat for the driver out of Bowie, Maryland. Win light, give it to Shane Daly. 008. Right out of the box. Goes 804.1 on the 8 flat dial. Lusby late at the hit, then goes 789.8 on the 795 dial for the loss. Trevor Ulrich, 792 here at Tower Side, taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 804 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Jillian, 24 on the tree, goes 795.9 on the 804 dial. As Trevor, red up front, 20 red, goes 787.3 on the 792, and we'll head to the buyback window. Madeline Brockmeyer, 792 in the Pro Torque lane, taking on Carly Force, 791. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I need all of no box to 1 and 2, please. All of no box to 1 and 2. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. Doubles have been called, so we now need all of no box to 1 and 2 with carryover to 3 and 4. Win late there by 4 thousandths is Madeline Brockmeyer. 793 with an 8 on a 792. Carly gave that one back for sure. 8 flat with a 9 on a 791 for the loss. Nia Persons here, Tower Side, 795, taking on Malia Curtis, 790 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Malia turns it red, gives the win to Nia. Nia 797 with a 0 on the 795 for the loss. Malia 794.1 on the 790. Sorry, Nia with the win, not with the loss there. Malia will head to the buyback window. Jackson Griner 820 here, Tower Side, taking on JJ Schoenberger 799 in the half scale over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Once again, all of no box has been called to the lanes now. All of no box has been called to the lanes. Kurt Holland, you're the wait and see by. And rip it on the big end, give it to JJ. Dead on with a 6. To be 62 total. Jackson Griner, dead on with a 7. To be 84 total in the losing effort. Gabriella McCloskey here at Tower Side. 790 the dial, taking on Madison Schonberger. 806 in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Madison. 802.6 at 80 miles an hour on the 806 dial with a 46 light. Gabriella 20 on the red side. Just a little too early. Goes 785.6 on the 790 for the loss. Nazir Wallace 792 here, tower side, taking on Mallory Stewart 793 on the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Mallory Stewart. 8 flat with a 6 on a 793 as Nazir unable to run the number. 809.8 on the 792 for the loss. Logan Anderson here, tower side, 790, runner-up last night in the main event. Taking on Noah James, 794 out of Seaford, Delaware. Win light, give it to Logan. 23 at the hit, puts it 3 above 4 on the 790 dial for the win. Noah dead on with a 6. But that makes him 102 total and no good. Last night's winner out of Laurel, Delaware, 803 the dial for Ella Ketterman. She'll be taking on Haley Ludwig. 8 flat the dial for Haley. And last night's winner will carry on. 42 at the hit, breaking it out 9 thou, 802.1 on the 803 dial as Haley, 13 on the red side, very close, goes 801.1 on the 8 flat for the loss. And Ella will carry her wait and see bye to the next round. And I hear No Box firing up. And junior dragsters, if you did not find the electricity you needed in round number 1, don't blame the scoreboards. Head to the buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower. Grab your re-entry. Tower side, Mike Griner, back to acting like his old self. Give the win to Matt Hockmiller. Hockmiller, 577.9 on the 573 dial with 25 late. Griner goes one above 7 to be 172 total in the losing effort for my poor friend. Paul Kapp here, tower side, 682, taking on Joe Dedrick back in the Camaro today, 557. Give the win to Joe as Kapp turns it red. Dedrick 553.9 on the 557 and 125. Kapp 676.4 on the 682 with a very extensive red light. Nicholas Beeler in the El Camino here, tower side, 733, taking on Chad Birch in the Mustang, 667. Win light, give it to Nicholas. 730 with a 4 on a 733 with a 57 late. Chad Birch, 003 red. Goes 661.5 on the 667 at 103 for the loss. Harley Parsons in the Malibu, 672 the dial, taking on Stone Cold Steve Dustin, 726 in the Mustang. Winlake, give it to Harley, 29, goes 675.9 on the 672 dial is Dustin. 729.1 on the 726 for the loss. Camaro tower side, 6 flat the dial, taking on Jeffrey Santine on the bike, 535. Double red light, give the True Start win here, tower side. 596.9 on the 6 flat dial with a 004 red light. Santine 007 red goes 533.5 on the 535. Tower side in the Plymouth, 761 the dial for Zach Rattlecan Wolf. Taking on Kyle Core in the Dart, 774. Winlight, give it to Core. Dead on with a 1 to be 34 total. Zach, 006 red up front. Throws away dead on 4. Layla Gockley up now. 736 taking on Mikey Ulrich, 730. Winlight, give it to Layla. 732.7 on the 736. Ulrich, 722.0 on the 730. Layla will move on. You might be watching these times. There's a lot of cars running out, a lot of numbers, juniors and now into the no box class. Mustang dialed 602 here, tower side of Ray Barlow, taking on Matthew Witkowski. Matt, 632 in the Pontiac Astra. Barlow in control here. Winlight, give it to Barlow. Dead on with a 4 to be 13 total. Matt, 44 on the hit. Not terrible, but goes 628.7 on the 632 for the loss as Barlow will roll on. Mike Barbone in the Malibu, 672, taking on Ted Miley here, tower side, 749. Barbone, plenty of room here, gets the job done. 678.5 on the 672 with a 001 reaction time. Ted goes 756.5 on the 749 with a 38 reaction time for the loss. Jeff Alabach here, tower side, 658 in the S10, taking on Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 628. Ripping on the loud pedal on the big end. Give the win to Jimmy Stack. Dead on with a 5 to be 16 total. Albach throws away trip. Zip up front. Puts it 2 above 5 to be 25 total in the losing effort. Stack will roll on. Marty Flagel, 570 here, tower side in the Pro Torque lane. Taking on Macy Stewart in the Cutlass, 621. Winlight, give it to Marty Flagel. 1 above 5 to be 26 total. As Macy dead on with a 4 to be 43 total. A good lap, but not good enough to get around Flagel. Matt Consiglio here, tower side in the Nova, 672. Taking on Dennis Core, 693 in the Dodge. Win light, give it to Matt. As Dennis, 17 red up front, goes 690 with a 4 on a 693. Matt, 671.8 on the 672 dial. With a 30 light, we'll move to round number 2. Kyle Gockley here, tower side, 604 for the pickup, taking on Jason Parker in the Mustang, 624. Give the win light to Jason Parker, 22, goes 620 with a 4 on a 624 dial as Gockley turns it 11 red, then goes 602.8 on a 604 at 113 for the loss. CJ Faraka here, tower side, 726 out of Monroe Township, New Jersey, taking on Myerstown, PA's Kevin Core, 7 flat in the Demon. Give the win here, tower side to CJ, 003 for the win there. Ken Bossett here, tower side, 674 now. Taking on Chris Beeler in the Camaro, 647. Issues here, tower side for Ken. Give the win to Chris Beeler as both drivers coasted on through. Nick Beatman here, tower side, 6 flat the dial, taking on Robert Smith, 649 in the Nova. The Chevy 2 versus the Nova. Give the win there to Robert Smith. 12 up front, goes 646.2 on the 649. At 105 is Beeman 009 red, goes 598.9 on the 6 flat dial. Theodore Myers here, tower side in the Camaro, 596, taking on Todd Thoman over in the far lane, 634. Win light, give it to Thoman, courtesy of the True Start. 005 red goes 631.5 on the 634 dial. As Myers, big time red, then goes 594.3 on the 596 for the loss. Russ Archer, 689, taking on Jana Embley here, tower side in the Blazer, 755. Win light, give it to Russ Archer. 41 breaks it out, 686.1 on the 689 as Jana 004 up front. Takes way too much stripe, goes 750 with a 3 on a 755 at 89 miles an hour for the loss. Marcus McClure, 683, taking on Nathan Mindenhall here, tower side in the pickup, 628. Winley, give it to the Trash Can Killer. 36 goes 631.2 on the 628 as Marcus, a little late at the hit, then breaks it out. 681.2 on the 683 for the loss. Robert Dames in the Chrysler, 852, taking on Steve Dickey here, Tower Side in the Camaro, 633. Winley, give it to the big Chrysler. 847.5 on the 852 as Dickey big time red, then goes 632.3 on the 633 dial. Tower Side, Ronald Myers, 611 for the Camaro, taking on Soggy Dunn in that beautiful machine over there, 633. Winley, give it to Soggy. Cannot give him that kind of room. 22 up front, then goes 639.0 on a 633. Myers definitely had some issues on the reaction time, then goes 620 with a 4 on a 611 for the loss. Austin Yunt here, Tower Side. 615 the dial, taking on Mark Ketterer. Freshly off the plane, 749. Austin Yunt with the win there, 005, goes 612 with an 8 on a 615. Ketterer still operating on Central Time, a little bit early. 22 red goes 753.0 on the 749 for the loss. Terry Neiman in the Nova, 643, taking on Terry Sachs here at Tower Side in the Camaro, 639. Winley, give it to Neiman, 642.3 on the 643 dial with a 36 light. Has Sachs, 637.0 on the 639. A little late at the light, and we'll grab the loss. Jesse Marshall, Tower Side in the Barracuda, 678. Taking on Dan Casey, 579 in the Capri. Jesse, 002 red, gives the win to Dan. Dan, 578.5 on the 579 dial. Jesse, 670 with a 4 on a 678. We'll head to the buyback window. Last night's winner, up for his first injury, Kurt Holland, 613 the dial, taking on Dennis Gerhardt, 594 here, Tower Side in the wagon. Kurt Holland in full control here. Win light, Kurt Holland, 618 with the 1 on a 613 with the 10 light. Gerhardt late at the hit. Goes on down to be 136 total as he goes 595.9 on the 594. Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M Performance here at Tower Side, 616. Thank you for providing the live stream to the viewers at home. 630 the dial, taking on Jeff Stewart. Stewart 630. Mendenhall 616. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. First call for top door card doubles. Top door card doubles to 1 and 2. Eric Tenney, you are the wait and see by. Eric Tenney, you are the wait and see by. Give the win light there to Mendenhall. Dead on with a 2 to be 37 total. Stewart 005 up front, but breaks it out for foul. Took 36, needed to take 32 or less for the win. Mendenhall got him on the drop, I'm sure. And Stewart didn't catch it quick enough. Doug Linke, 665 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Taking on Lee Ratzkovich here, Tower Side, 658 in the Mustang. Win light, give it to Linke. Dead on with a 0 with a 32, light to be 32 total. Lee dead on with a 7 to be 42 total. Or 52 total, sorry. Doug will move on to round number 2. Lee will head to the buyback window at the base of the timing tower. Bill Carroll in the Monza, 609, taking on Alan Yunt, 596. Here, Tower Side in the Roadster. Give the win there to Alan Yunt. 31 at the hit, goes dead on with a 9 to be 40 total, as Bill Carroll, 76 at the hit, breaks it out 6th thou, and had no chance there, unfortunately. Sam Koonsman on the bike, 553, taking on CJ Ketterer here, Tower Side, 801 for the Dodge. Winley, give it to Ketterer, 005, breaking it out 5 thou for the win, as Koonsman 39 up front, then goes 551.5 on the 553 for the loss. Ed Races 622 in the Malibu. Tower Side, Denny Renninger in the Cutlass, 745. Give the win there to Ed. 29 on the hit, goes 616 with a 6 on a 622. Denny, 003 red, goes 746.0 on the 745 for the loss. Kevin Lacey here, Tower Side in the pickup, 685, taking on Jake Narr in the door car, 548. Winley, give it to Narr, 38, breaking it out, 546.3 on the 548. Kevin, 007 up front, breaks it out even more, 681.8 at 99 mile an hour on this 685 dial. Matt Wilson, 635 in the Camaro here, Tower Side, taking on James Crouch in the Mustang, 695. Win light, give it to Wilson. 41 dead 6 to be 47 total. Crouch turns it big time red. They go to 689. 8 on the 695 dial for the loss. And we'll have to try again in the re-entry round. Gabrielle Wally, 773 in the Mustang. Towerside Robert Reiner Jr., 626. Win light, give it to Reiner. 624.3 on the 626 of 104 with a 51 late. Gabrielle, 11 at the hit. It takes a bit too much stripe. 768 with a 5 on a 773 for the loss. Shannon Fordyce, runner up last night. Dice Girl, 632. See if she can pick up where she left off yesterday. Terry Benton Jr., 631 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to the Dice Girl, 631-0 on the 632 with a 36 light. Benton Jr. was 44 at the hit, then 629-7 on the 631. Fordyce will roll on. Lee Grinnell, 644 over in the Mustang. Towerside Jeremy Kleinfelter in the pickup, 693. Win light, give it here Towerside to Jeremy. 697.7 on the 693 with a 26 late. Lee missed it up front big time and breaks it out more on the big end. 640 with an 8 on a 644. Kyle Robb in the Chevy twice, 601 the dial. Taking on Ray Fordyce here Towerside in the pickup, 661. Win light's going to go here Towerside to Ray Fordyce. 15 on the tree up front, goes 657-0 on the 661. As Kyle 002 red goes 594-1 on the 6 flat or 601 in the losing effort. A lot of cars running out here this morning. Air has definitely changed. Like I told you, it's almost cool enough to need long johns and a sweatshirt compared to the last couple days. It's down to like 91 degrees. Greg Baradgi here Towerside, 669 in the Nova. Taking on Scott Embley, 652 for the S10. Win light, give it to Greg. Dead on with a 9 to be 23 total. Embley missed it up front and breaks it out back. 650 with a 9 on a 652 for the loss. Jordan Smyka over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 678 the dial. Paul Cap here Towerside, 675 for the Cutlass. Once again, we've called double door cars to 1 and 2 for first round of top bulb. Double door cars to 1 and 2 for the first round of top bulb. Win light, give it to Jordan. 11 on the tree, breaking it out, 677-1 on the 678. Cap turns it big time red, then goes 676-6 on the 675. And we'll be down here for just a second. Track crew seeing something out on the surface. And got the debris off the track. Ready to go back racing now with the El Camino Nick Beeler here, Tower Side, 730 the dial. Taking on Tim Alabach in the Camaro 618. Win light, give it to Beeler. 730 with a 2 on a 730 with a 15 light to be 17 total. Tim, 29 up front, wasting gas, breaks it out 8 thou on the big end. Give the win to John Hindenburg there. He goes 25 up front, and then 650 with a 7 on a 654. Zach Wolf, 11 on the red side this time. He goes 760 with a 4 on a 761, and he'll have to buy both entries back. Mike Greiner, hopefully he went and got a coffee or a Monster Energy drink. See what he can do here in the Chevelle. 575 for my good pal there. Taking on Evan Palston, the pickup must not have found a tire, but found a ride. Glad to see that. 625 for him. And that's unfortunate for Evan. Greiner will grab the win. And more coffee. We need more coffee to the Greiner pits, please. More coffee to the Greiner pits. The car is deadly. 576 with a 0 and a 575. Houst will put it on through and try to go get a little more comfortable in the ride and come back and try it again, either on a double or in the re-entry round. Nathan, your job's to go get Greiner a cup of coffee. See if there's any free ones left from North Family Racing at the concession stand. Andrew Bercudo over in the far lane, 631 for the Firebird. Tower side, Ray Barlow, 601. Barlow laid down a nice lap on his first time down. Double breakout win, give it to Barlow, 15, breaks it out 1 thou, 6 flat with a 9 on 601. Bercudo, 628, 8 on the 631 dial with a 10 light. Nice lap by both drivers, but Barlow gets the edge. Chris Culp in the Arrow, 596, taking on Steve Dustin, 723 here, Tower side in the Mustang. $2,000 margin of victory, give it to Colt, 28, puts it 1 above 3 on the 596 dial for the win. As Stone Cold Steve Dustin is tapped out here, 724 with a 6 on a 723. He'll have to hit the buyback window. Kevin Core, I believe, back up here again now in the Demon. 697 taking on Stacy Shooty Orth. 591 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Stacy. 593.8 on the 591 with a 37 light. Core 695.6 on the 697. Had a 13 reaction time. Had plenty of room on the big end. Todd Tillman here, tower side. Double O on the board for a driver. 584 for Tina Ortholacey. Win light, give it to Tina. Dead on with a 2 to be 27 total. Todd was 006 up front, breaks it out 5. Thou took 26, needed to take 21 or less. Denny McCluskey, 662 for the wheel stand and Firebird that picked up the shootout win last night. Scott Carpenter in the Camaro tower side, 598. D-Mac missed it a little there. Carpenter gonna make him pay. 595.7 on the 598 dial with a 007 light. Denny 657.4 on the 662 with a 32 light. No good. All of top door car to 1 and 2, please. Overflow to 3 and 4. Top door car for round number 1. Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining. Top bulb, door cars to 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Continuing, Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels. No box here. Ken Bossett here, tower side in the Camaro, 674. Gives the win to Jack Fisk, 604 the dial for him. 37 up front, goes 6025 on the 604 dial. Ken, dead on with a 9, throws that one away with the 003 red reaction time. Marty Flagel back up again. 570 for Marty. Taking on Wendell Denny Jr. in the Mustang, 747. Win late, give it to Marty, 29, breaking it out, 568.3 on the 570 dial, as Wendell, 33, then breaks it out big time, 739 with a 7 on a 747 dial, as Marty will move on. Stan Pfeiffer here, tower side in the Mustang, 663, taking on the one, the only, Cam Murray in the Duster, 638. Win light, give it to Cam. He goes 636 to the 3 on a 638 with a 31 light. Stan 11 on the red side, goes 665.8 on the 663. Eric Bowles over in the far lane, 653 the dial, taking on Mark Ketterer back up again, 751. Win late there to Ketter, 001 up front, then 745.8 on the 751 as Bowles 12 red, then breaks it out 652.8 on the 653. Travis Hill in the Mustang 624 taking on Kyle Gockley, Tower Side 603. And Gockley is going to go dead 8 to be 68 total. Did not matter as Travis Hill 005 up front and puts it 3 above 7 on the 624 dial for the loss. Terry Neiman here, Tower Side, 642 in the Nova, taking on Harley Parsons in the Malibu, 673. Win light, give it to Neiman here, Tower Side. 21, 1 above 0 to be 31 total. Parson 51 on the hit, no good. 671.8 on the 673. Dan Casey back up in the Caprice, 579, taking on Kyle Core in the Dart, 774. Dan with some issues there. Give the win to Core. Core's 22, 776.9 on the 774 for the win. Dan was 19, but had to get out of it about 150 foot out. Chad Birch here, Tower Side in the Mustang, 663, taking on Layla Gockley, 732 in the S10. Give the win to Layla. 89, breaking out 1,000, 731.9 on the 732 as Birch turns it real red, then goes and coasts it on through on the big end. Rob Hockmiller, 573 here, Tower Side, taking on Macy Stewart, 620 in the Cutlass. Win late, give it to Rob Hockmiller, 575-1 on the 573 with a 009 late. Macy, 622.6 in the 620 for the loss. Dennis Core, 690 in the Dodge, taking on Matt Wachowski, 633 here, Tower Side. Win late, give it to Core, 43, then 689.4 on the 690 dial as Wachowski turns it 28 red and then coasts it on through. Jeffrey Santine back up on the bike, 534, taking on Mike Barbone, 672. Barbone laid down a heck of a lap the first time down. Win light, give it to Mike Barbone. 13 goes 675.8 on the 672 dial. Santine, 46 up front, goes 533.6 on the 534 for the loss. Chris Beeler in the Camaro, 647, taking on Robert Smith in the Chevy 2, 647 here tower side. Win late by 009. Give it to Smith here, tower side. 29 at the tree. Both drivers way over the dial. Beeler was 14. Goes 660 with a 4 on a 647. Smith 658.0 on the 647. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Double dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Double dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Double dragsters. For Morse Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. Double dragsters to 5 and 6. Joe Dedrick back up for his double, 554. Take on Jason Parker. Parker 13, puts it 619 with a 3 on a 618 and grabs the 008 margin of victory as Dedrick goes 555.9 on the 554 for the loss. Great lap there by both drivers. Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 628, taking on Russ Archer in everyone's favorite Aspen wagon, 685 here tower side. Winlake give it to the Vega. 13 goes 629.4 on the 628. As Archer missed it a little bit, breaks it out. 684.0 on the 685 for the loss. Doug Linke here tower side, 664, taking on Jeff Stewart, 629 in the Chevelle. Winlake give it to Stewart, 27, breaking it out 2,000, 628.8 on the 629 at 108. Linke 663.6 on the 664 at 101 for the loss. Ted Miley here again, tower side, 753, taking on Stan Piper again. Both drivers making their double lap here, 664. Give the win here, tower side to Ted. Breaks it out by almost a tenth. but grabs the win as Stan turns it 009 red, puts it 4 above on the 664 dial. And Kurt Holland with your wait and see buy. Last night's winner will go on to round number 2. 613 is his dial. And Kurt 16, and then 610 on the 7 on a 613 will move on. And that will conclude Morris Performance Transmissions round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels Nova.
FRBR Scavenger Hunt. First one to bring a sock with a hole in it wins a gift card at the bottom of the tower.
All right, so that's an interesting one for the little scavenger hunt here. A sock with a hole in it. A sock with a hole in it. Bring that to the timing tower. And after this weekend, that should be a delightful smell at the bottom of the timing tower. Thanks to all who have played along here this weekend. We do appreciate it. Keeps things light and fun. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. So here we go, round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. Here on the final day of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive, and who better to get it started than Daryl Tillman himself in the Corvette. 545 the dial over in the Lucas Oil Lane Tower side. Jason Anastosis, and I'm sure I destroyed that. 498 the dial for the Grand Am. Give the win to Tillman. 005 puts it 3 above 0 on the 545 dial to be 35 total. Jason 30 on the let go and couldn't get there. 5 flat with a 9 on a 498 dial for the loss. Dan Galinas here tower side in the convertible Porsche 611. Taking on John Reed 627 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Give the win to John Reed, 003, dead 2 to be 5 total. Thanks for playing, Dan, with your 009 reaction time. But you can get back in for another chance at the buyback window at the bottom of the tower. Rich Manganelli, 584 for the Camaro, taking on Jake Morris in the S10, 621. Win light, give it to Rich. 1 above 0 to be 25 total, and take the 008 margin of victory as Morris is 007 and then goes 623, 6 on the 621 at 104 for the loss. Vinny Guido in the Nova 630. Tower side Matt Patterson 666 for the S10. Win light's going to go to Patterson. Vinny, 13 on the red side. Patterson, 33 total. Dead on with a 3. Vinny, 623.6 on the 630 for the loss. Barack Mosier in the wheel stand in Vega Wagon, 543 here tower side, taking on James Carty, 562 in the Cavalier. At the stripe, win light by 003, getting there 001 is James Carty. He's 005 up front, breaking it out 5 thou on the big end. Brock Mosier, 009, breaking it out 8 thou. 542.2 on the 543 at 124. James, 561.5 on the 562 at 120. Eric Fulton over in the Lucas Oil lane, 568. Tower side, Nelson Belot picked up the shootout win last night, 573. Win light, give it to Fulton, 566.7 on the 568 with a 17 light. As B-Lot, 49 on the let go, goes 570 with a 9 on, 573 for the loss. Cody Mariner here, tower side in the Malibu, 570, taking on Mark Mandley, 611 for the Chevy 2. Win light, give it to Mandley, 20 on the tree, then goes 6060 on the 611 dial. As Mariner, 009 red out the gate, and then picks up a 10th on the dial, 560 with a 2 on a 570 for the loss. Aaron Them here, tower side, 585 in Shorty's Vega, taking on Terry Benton Jr., 629 in the Camaro. And Benton either forgot to put it in low gear or maybe forgot to reset a delay box. Give the win to Aaron, who was late on the let go, and will need to send Terry a Christmas card. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can we get all dragsters to 5 and 6, spill over to 7 and 8? All dragsters to 5 and 6 with spill over to 7 and 8. Win late there, give it to Jeff Martin, 006, puts it one above 4 to be 20 total. Shane Jett, 19 on the let go, had to drop it dead 0. Couldn't get the job done though, goes 6016 on the 602 for the loss. Eric Tenney here, tower side, 654 for his first entry, taking on Laura Truitt in the Chevelle, 605 for her. Control here, can't get it done. Dead on with a 9 is Truitt. She's 25 total. As Tenney 006 up front, breaking it out 1 thou. Took 20, needed to take 19 or less to grab the win there. Jeff Krasinski here, tower side, 569. See if he's got the issues figured out on that machine. Taking on Caden Dorsey, 639 in the Duster. Winley, give it to Caden, 007, 1 above 6 on the 639 dial for the win, as Krasinski does have it figured out. Car back running 563 with a 7 on 569, but 007 red is no good. Larry Patton here, tower side in the S10, 750, taking on Jacob Wilson over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 631. Winlight, give it to Larry here, tower side, 21 dead 7 to be 28 total. Wilson, nothing doing there, completely missed the let go and breaks it out, 629 with a 4 at 108 on the 631 dial. Doug Milner, 551 for the Pretzel Man in the Pontiac, 551, taking on the 558 of Bob McCloskey in the S10. Get the win to McCloskey. McCloskey 11 goes 556.6 on the 558 as Milner 12 red and then goes 552.9 on the 551 for the loss. Jack Grader 530 in the T-Bird, taking on Rich Nowitzki in the Roadster 585. Double red light, give the true start win to Rich Nowitzki. 580 with a 2 on a 585 with a 005 red is Grader. 009 red goes 529.9 on the 530. Grader will visit the buyback window. John McClure here, tower side, 567 the dial on the S10, taking on Mark Cathell. Cathell, 625 on the Mustang out of Laurel, Delaware. Big time red. Give the win to McClure. 008 up front goes 566.0 on the 567. Cathell, 16 red goes 624.4 on the 625. We'll have to visit the buyback window. Austin Yunt here, Tower Side. 614, taking on John Scott in the Vega, 598. Win light, give it to Austin as Scott with issues. 10 up front was Austin and then coasted on through. These drivers go to lunch every Friday, live 10 minutes from each other, and drove all the way to Maple Grove Raceway to run one another. Big Bill picking up the win. Dead on with a 0 to be 23 total, taking the 6th out margin of victory over Danny Bastinelli. Bastinelli puts it 1 above 6 with the 13 reaction time. You'll be able to find his dissertation and time slip on his Facebook page momentarily. Peter Morris here, Tower Side, 638 the dial, taking on Denny McCluskey, 658 in the Firebird. Give the win there to Peter Morris. Denny going to kick himself. I would hide all sharp objects as Morris way late goes dead on with an 8 to be 163 total. Win light, give it to the Camaro. 563.4 on the 565 with the 004 light at 113. Barber 110 goes 612 with a 6 on the 615 with a 005 reaction time. Barber headed to the reentry round. Andy Parcell in the Willys, 566 the dial, taking on the $1 Million Man Steve Cisco in the Cavalier, 6 flat the dial. Give the win there to Marcel. Double red light, but he had the better of the two. 568.6 on the 566 with 002 red. Cisco 005 red goes 599.3 on the 6 flat at 114. Brent Nordetdoy 642 over in the Trans Am. Tower Side Skylar Stump in the Camaro 561. Winlight, give it to Brent. 644.5 on the 642 with a 25 late as Skylar breaks it out. 560 with a 0 and a 561 with a 28 late for the loss. Matt Consiglio in the Nova, 672, taking on Fran DeChico in the Dodge Daytona, 570. Control here at the straight. Winlight Fran, 572 with a 7 on a 570 dial with a 002 late. Matt, 46 up front, nothing doing. 669.5 on the 672 for the loss. Erica Grader in the Mustang coming up next. 587 taking on Evan Poust in the rental ride. 625. And a nice little staging duel here. Poust goes in. Both drivers clean and green. Almost identical. Winlight, give it to Poust. 628 with a 2 and a 625 with a 38 late. Grader. She goes 586.3 on the 587 with a 36 late for the loss. Scott Waters, 694 the dial. Here at Tower Side, taking on Travis Hill in the far lane, 622 in the Mustang. Winlight, give it to Waters, 18, 2 above 7 on the 694 dial at 98 miles an hour is Hill, 11, putting it 4 above 7 on the 622 dial at 103 for the loss. Mike Lubanowski, 588 here Tower Side in the Corvette, taking on Eric Bowles in the Malibu, 654. Winlight, give it to Mike here, Tower Side, 003, 1 above 0 to be 13 total. Eric, 004, breaking it out big time. 650 with a 6 on the 654 dial for the loss. Cam Murray, Friday night's winner, 628 the dial, taking on Eddie McBride here, Tower Side, 606 for the Camaro. win light here tower side is Eddie McBride. 6073 at 107 on the 606 dial with a 26 late. 004 was Murray. He goes 624.8 on the 628. Not able to get the job done on the big end. Uncharacteristic of Mr. Murray. John Reed, 627, taking on Michael Zegg, 578 here tower side. Win light, give it to Zegg. Dead on with a 5 to be 26 total. Reed was 24 up front, then breaks it out. Goes 625.9 on the 627 dial for the loss. Reed had a chance, but had to pretty much take nothing for the win. Jim Fordyce in the Corvette, 478 on the quick door car. Taking on Vinny Guido, 624 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Give the win late here tower side to the Corvette. 479-1 on the 478 with a 002 late. Has Guido 24 and then breaking it out 7 thou 623.3 on the 624 for the loss. Barry Souter in the Nova. Beautiful machine, 677, taking on Barack Mosier, 540 for the Vega wagon. Win light, give it to Mosier. Dead on with a 1 to be 19 total. Souter was 19 on the let go. Had to go dead 0 for the win. Couldn't do it. 679.0 on the 677 for the loss. Wallace Williams here tower side. 618 taking on Daryl Tillman in the Corvette. 548. Win light, give it to Tillman. 007, dead 1 to be 8 total. Wallace, 14 on the let go. Thanks for playing. Dead on with a 7 to be 21 total, and absolutely no good, unfortunately. That's a good lap, though, so buy it back in and try it again. Shane Jett over in the Monte Carlo, 6 flat, taking on John Sieverling here, tower side, 566. Gives the win to John. John, 003, 569.4 and the 566. Billy Gruden the third. Billy G here tower side, 679 in the Radio Flyer Blazer. Taking on Rich Manganelli. Manganelli dialed in at a 584. Win win light. Give it to Rich, who is 1, dead 3 to be 4 total. And Groton will have to head to the buyback window. 17 total on the lap. Great lap, but no good when Rich throws down with 4 total. Nelson Belot back up in the rental truck, 570 the dial. Taking on Greg Kelly, 681 here tower side. Give the win to Kelly. Dead on with a 2 to be 10 total. B-Lot, 11 on the let go and wasting gas. 571-1 on the 570 for the loss. Jake Morrison, the S10, 621, taking on Rigel Galinas here, tower side, 609 in the convertible. Give the win light to Rigel. 001 red goes dead on with a 9. Morris 005 red, dead on with a 5. Both drivers with some pretty good laps there. Morris will hit the buyback window. Aaron Thim in the Vega, 583, taking on Jason Anastosis. 501 here tower side in the quick door car. Neither driver very impressive, but Aaron gets the win. Goes 585.3 on the $583, 115 to be 53 total. Jason, way late on the let go to be 117 total. Cody Mariner back up, 562, taking on Matt Patterson, 667 for the S10. Win light, give it to Mariner. 563.8 on the 562 with a 34 light. Patterson was 28 on the let go, then goes 664.4 on the 667 dial for the loss. And we've crossed over into the dragsters now. Greg Hicks here, tower side. Gets the long tow award out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. 480 the dial, taking on Jake Narr, 508 for the dragster out of Boyertown, PA. Win light, give it to Narr, 505.8 on the 508 dial with a 22 light. As Hicks turns it 001 red, then goes 474.8 on the 480 for the loss. Jen Murray over in the far lane, 495 the dial, tower side. That is not Chris Wilson. 450 for the dial, though. Win late, giving your tower side, dead on with an 8 to be 12 total. Murray, 31 on the let go, goes 497.6 at 139 on the 495 dial. Jeff Taylor, going to try to turn his luck around here this weekend. 471 here, tower side, taking on Dana Beauchamp, 473 in the Lucas Oil lane. Here this weekend. 002 red goes 470 with a 2 on a 471. Dana 10 on the let go, puts it one above 2 to be 22 total, and moving on. Dan Northrop back in the dragster today, 475. Taking on John Taylor Jr. here, tower side, 462 in the Miller chassis. Win late, give it to Northrop, 005, goes 471.7 on the 475 as Taylor, 005 red, then goes 463.5 on the 462 at 153 for the loss. Joe Martin over in the far lane, 464, tower side, Brian Balducci, Chicken dialed in at 493. Win late, give it to Martin, 004, dead 3 to be 7 total as Chicken missed it a bit there, 32 on the let go, goes 492.3 on the 493 for the loss. .497 here, tower side for the dragster, taking on Mark Kelly, 453 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And give the win to Mark Kelly, 001 up front, and then coasted on through as tower side with issues. Butch Booker here, tower side, 480, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 484. Win light to Booker, 004, 1 above, 0 to be 14 total. Mendenhall, 7 up front, but can't run the number. 487, 1 on the 484 for the loss. Mike Morris in the dragster, 446, taking on Greg Parsons here, tower side, 479. Win light, give it to Parsons. 477.9 on the 479 dial, gets the double breakout win. As Morris, 444.4 on the 446, takes the loss. Jason Barra, 449 in the dragster in the Lucas Oil lane. Randy Krause here, tower side, 490 for the S&W dragster. Win light, give it to Randy Krause. Trip, dead 6 to be 6 total. Jason, nothing to it. Dead on with a 9, but late on the let go. $5.19 the dial for Destiny Williams here at tower side, taking on Rick Turkowski out of Gilbertsville, PA, 474 on the Ed Quaid machine. Give it to him. 473.7 on the 474 dial with a 27 late. Destiny, 19 on the let go. Gets there first, but breaks it out. 516.6 on the 519 and 131 for the loss. Doc Daughtery, tower side, 508. Taking on Tim Heaps in the Ed Quay, 470. Don't forget, your day doesn't have to be over if you didn't grab a win late here in round number 1. You can head to the bottom of the timing tower and get a re-entry round buyback. Win light, give it to Heaps. He's 001 red, but goes dead on with a 7. Daughtery, 003 red, and breaks it out. 506.8 on the 508 dial. Dom Balducci up here now. Dom, 472 the dial. Taking on Vina Martin, 469. Over in the far lane. Win light, give it to Balducci. 471.1 on the 472 with the 15 light. Vina turns at 24 red, goes 472.8 on the 469 for the loss. Rusty Bechtel over in the far lane, 497. John Dustin, 516 here, tower side. Give the win to Rusty. 498 with a 4 on a 497 with a 007 reaction time. Dustin goes 518.7 on the 516 dial, 24 on the let go, and we'll have to buy it back. Ray Fordyce Jr., 456 tower side, taking on William Carroll over in the far lane, 495. Attention to the pitch, attention to the pitch. Junior Dragsters, Grinder Brother Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters, we need you for the re-entry round to 4, 5, and 6. Car number 799X, you are the wait and see by. 799X, you are the wait and see by. Oh boy, Ray Fordyce just got a big present. As William Carroll, 15 up front, and breaks it out. 493.8 on the 495. Fordyce 26 and then issues, but gets the win. So junior dragsters for re-entry round to lanes 4, 5, and 6, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 4, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 5, 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 6. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Dan Waters, 510 here, tower side, taking on Jason Amy over in the far lane, 520. Double breakout win, give it to Dan Waters. 008 goes 5083 on the 510 dial as Amy lets go late, and he's 516 with a 5 on a 520 for the loss. Damian DiStefano over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 521. Caitlin Kraus, 490 here, tower side in the S&W dragster. Give the win there to Damian, 23 up front. Dead on with the 1 to be 24 total. Caitlin 13 on the let go. Breaks it out 3 thou. Took 14 to take 11 or less for the win. Mike Hall 468 taking on Haley Bowles. Bowles 545 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Hoff turns that one red, goes 467.5 on the 468. Gives the win to Haley. Haley late on the let go, goes 543.0 on the 545, but we'll move on. Marty Martin over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 453. Taking on Brian Crump here, Tower Side, 493. Win light, give it to Martin. Dead on with a 3 to be 25. Total Crump 26 on the let go. Wasting gas breaks it out. 4th thou on the big end in the losing effort. Good lap though, should buy it back. Jason Hoff, the Pro Charge dragster, 433, taking on Don Matson, 491. Two breaks it out 5 thou, grabs the win as Don Matson 008 red breaking it out 7 thou. We'll bring it back around for the re-entry round. Dalton rolls here Tower Side 440, taking on Zach Rothenberger. Zach went some rounds last night. I think got down to the semis, 496 on his machine. Zach with issues. Dalton will grab the win. 16 up front and coast on through. $4.99 the dial for Larry Waters here, Tower Side, taking on Joe Baruch, 487 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Win light, give it here, Tower Side to Larry Waters as Baruch turns a 001 red, goes 485.5 on the 487 for the loss. Waters moves it on. Mike Nahill, snap, is done drinking adult beverages down at the beach with WR in Chelsea and decided to come race for a day. 477 the dial for the driver out of Atco, New Jersey. Taking on Bob Hickey, 466 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. the win light, 19 total as he goes one above 9 with Trip Zip up front. Hickey 16 on the let go and gets behind 469.7 on the 466 dial for the loss. Justin McGough over in the far lane, 493, take on David George, 465. George went deep into the rounds last night. Win light gives it to Justin, 001, one above 7 to be 18 total. George, 32 on the let go is no good, breaks it out 4th thou on the 465 dial at 147, and we'll head to the buyback window. Jimmy DeChaco here, tower side, 439 on the dragster out of Hopewell, Connecticut, taking on Bob Kalipski, 445 for his machine. Double breakout run, give it to DeChaco, 438.3 on the 439 dial with a 006 light. As Kalipski, 003, and then goes 444.2 on the 445 for the loss. Connor Hebig, 476 in the S&W dragster, taking on Severn Johnson. Severn dialed in a 467. Win light, give it to Connor. Breaks it out 1 thou, 475.9 on the 476 with a 12 light. Severn missed that one up front, 465.8 on the 467, 148 for the loss. Frank Lacates here at tower side, 467 for the driver out of Salisbury, Maryland. Taking on Brent Martin out of La Plata, Maryland, 467. Heads up dial. And Frankie still hasn't found Lady Luck here in Pennsylvania. Dead on with a 6. Goes 36 total for the loss. Has Martin 12 up front. Puts it 1 above 1 for the win. Frank Zegg here, tower side, 470 the dial, taking on Terrell Sinkler, Rel 524 on his machine. Give the win to Rel there. 24, dead 7. To be 31 total, Zeg, 40 on the let go, is mathematically eliminated. 468-1 on the 470 for the loss. Mike Lubanowski here, tower side in the Corvette, 587, taking on Joe Martin in the dragster, 462. At the top end, win light, dragster 12, breaking out 1 thou was Joe Martin, 461.9 on the 462 at 147. Mike 29 up front, then goes 585.7 for the loss and the double breakout run. Mark Kelly 453 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Jen Murray here, tower side, 496. Give the win to Mark Kelly, 456.1 on the 453 with the 006 light. Has Murray dead on 0 to be 92 total. No good. Jed Narr, 506 the dial. Dana Beauchamp here, tower side, 474 on the race tech. Give the win light to Dana, dead on with a 0 to be 29 total. Nar, 39 on the let, good is wasting gas, mathematically eliminated. 504.3 on the 506 dial for the loss. Josh Wilson, 454 the dial here, tower side. Taking on Danny Northrup, 474. Doubled up in the dragster today. Kamikaze Kid goes 471.1 on the 474 at 141. Wilson, 451.9 on the 454 dial with a 005 red reaction. Mike Morris here, tower side, 445, taking on Jeff Taylor, 470. And Jeff Taylor will be tickled to know that the win late works in his lane as he gets the win there. 6 total, 4 dead, 2. And Morris, 009 on the let go and was mathematically eliminated. Breaks it out, 444.8 on the 445 dial. Jason Barrow up again, 449. Taking on Greg Hicks here, tower side, 480. times win light. Give it to Greg Hicks. He's 10 total, 9 dead 1 for the win. As Barrow puts it 1 above 5 to be 24 total in the losing effort. Rick Turkowski, 474 here, Tower Side, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 486 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Final call for junior dragsters for re-entry round, junior re-entry round, final call. Almost identical lights there. Win light, give it to Turkowski. Dead on with a 4 to be 18 total. Becky's 15 on her let go, breaking it out 9 thou. Took 12, needed to take 3 or less to grab the win light. And your final pair here, John Taylor, 464 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going to get Eric Tenney, 654 for last night's runner-up. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box double buybacks to 1 and 2. No box double buybacks to 1 and 2. No box double buybacks to 1 and 2. Give the win to Tenney. Dead on with a 4 to be 18 total. Taylor, 32 on the let go is no good. Breaks it out 5 thou on the big end. And that will conclude Moore's Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. And we will now head into the re-entry round. Well, once again, if you didn't get a win late, you still got one more chance. Head to the bottom of the timing tower to FRBR Central and grab your re-entry round buyback. Also be sure to grab... Junior re-entry, Ava Lacey, Tower Side, 1435, taking on Kara Lusby, 1208 over the Lucas Oil Lane. I need all no box buybacks. All Roadrunner Race Fuels no box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. All of no box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. No box buybacks to 1 and 2. No box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. Winlake gives it to Kara. Double breakout run. She goes 12.078 on the 12.08 dial. As Ava, 14.32 with a 6 on the 14.35 for the loss. Paisley Anderson here, tower side, 890. Jameson Aquino, I believe, over in the far lane. Jameson, 1450 the dial. Once again, we've called all of no box buybacks. All of no box buybacks to 1 and 2. All of no box buybacks to 1 and 2. Paisley Anderson in full control here. Goes 896 with a 7 on an 890 dial with a 24 light. Jameson missed it up front, then goes 1477 on a 1450. Camden Berry here, tower side, 891, taking on Danica Dustin, 899 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Car number 1509, you'll be the wait and see buy in no box. 1509, you are the wait and see buy in no box. Win late there to Camden Berry. 894 with a 1 on 891. Takes out Danica Dustin, 9047 on an 899. Troy Steinke here, tower side, 890, taking on Hunter Ward, 895. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need top double door cars to 5 and 6 for the reentry round. Top double door cars for the reentry round to 5 and 6. Top double door cars for the reentry round to 5 and 6, please. Winlake, give it to Steinke. 893 with a 4 and an 890. Has Ward late at the hit and then can't run the number. Nazir Wallace, 802 here, tower side in the Pro Torque lane, taking on Carly Forrest in the Lucas Oil lane, 792. And Nazir is broke. They just shut the car off. So Carly will get the free pass here. And Carly, 795 with a 9 on 792 with a 61 light. We'll move on. Unfortunate break there for Nazir. Final call for door card doubles for top bulb. Final call to 5 and 6. Final call to 5 and 6 for door card doubles for top bulb. Drivers in 1 and 2 should be loaded up. Drivers in 1 and 2 should be loading up. Win light, give it to Haley Ludwig. 006 margin of victory. 49 goes 8027 on the 801. Has Lusby. 42 up front goes 796.0 on the 793 for the loss. Trevor Ulrich here, tower side, 791, taking on Malia Curtis, 790 in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Malia Curtis. Dead on with a 6 to be 58 total. Trevor, 96 on the hit, no good. Goes 792.3 on the 791 for the loss. Gabriella McCloskey here, tower side, 790 the dial. Taking on Noah James, 794 in the Lucas Oil lane. First call going out for all top door car reentry round. All top door cars in the reentry round. To 5 and 6. Top door cars for the reentry round to 5 and 6. Top door cars for the reentry round to 5 and 6, please. Win light, give it to Noah James, 795 with an 8 on a 794 with a 51 late. Gabriella, 793 with a 9 on a 790 with a 32 late. 22 10 thou margin of victory for Noah. Gabriella might have given that one back, might not have been able to run the number. Only she will know. Jordan Nelson, 790. Taking on Jackson Griner here, tower side, 820 the dial. Once again, we've called all of top door cars. Win late, give it to Jordan Nelson, double breakout run. Jordan, 789 with a 6 on a 790 with a 32 late. Griner, 11 at the hit, goes 819 with a 1 on 820 for the loss. Mason Dudley, trying to get back in here, looking to keep the winning streak going. Won the main event Friday, the shootout Saturday. He's got the bye here to get back in. Dialed in 897. And Mason with a good eye. Saw some debris on the track. Win light comes on for the bye run. Dead on with a 9. 25 total is Mason Dudley. Back into the main event. And with that, we are headed into no box re-entry round. And give the win there to Steve Dustin by 3 thou. Margin of victory, he's 009, 1 above 7 on the 727 dial. As Jeffrey Santine on the bike, dead on with an 8 to be 29 total for the loss. Dustin back in with that entry. Stan Piper, 664 here, Tower side, taking on Harley Parsons, 673. Attention to the pits, I need double dragsters for top bulb to 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters for top bulb re-entry to 7 and 8. Re-entry, top bulb dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Well, neither driver is going to frame this ticket, but give the win to Harley Parson. Harley, 676.9 on the 673 dial. Will make them 139 total, which locks out the reaction time of Stan Piper, who also goes 668 with an 8 on a 664 for the loss. Zach Wolf back up now in the Plymouth, 761, taking on Macy Stewart, 620 in the Cutlass. Winley, give it to Macy, 28, 621.9 on the 620. As Zach, 11 on the red side, and then 764.2 on a 761 for the loss. Dan Casey back up in the Capri, 581, taking on Paul Cap here, Tower side, 676 in the Cutlass. Double red light with the win to Dan. Goes 580 with a 5 on a 581 with a 004 red reaction time. Paul was big red and breaks it out 1,675.9 on the 676 for the loss. Jana Embley, 750 dial on the Blazer, taking on Chad Woods in the Mustang, 663. Win light, give it to Emily. She's 35 left front, then goes 754.3 on the 750 dial is Birch. Late on the hit, then goes 666.2 on the 663 dial for the loss. Kyle Gockley up now, 604. Looking to grab a win so his wife doesn't strangle him. Taking on Terry Benton Jr., 630 the dial. And unfortunately, Kyle's not going to want to come to the timing tower anytime soon. Benton Jr. back in, dead on with an 8 to be 43 total. Locks out Gockley's 45 reaction time as he breaks it out, 6:02.5 on the 6:04. Sam Koonsman on the bike, 5:51. Taking on Mike Greiner, 5:76. We'll see if the team listened and got him some coffee or a Monster Energy drink or something to wake him up. And doesn't find the win light as Koonsman 5:52.6 on the 5:51 at 1:26 grabs the win. Greiner 58 on the let go this time, goes 5:75.6 on the 5:76 dial. Took 33 straight, needed to take 29 or less to turn on the electricity. Todd Thoman 6:33 here tower side, taking on James Crouch in the Mustang 6:91. Win light, give it to the Mustang, dead on with a 9 to be 28 total. Thoman 45 on the hit, no good, breaks it out, 2 thou. In the battle of the 69 Camaros, we've got Ken Bossett here at tower side, 6:78, taking on Chris Beeler in the Lucas Oil lane, 6:58. Issues right away for Ken. Oh my, and he just got a present and a half. Wow, wow, wow. That might end up on 00. Ken 004 and limps it on through as Beeler goes 6:52.5 on the 6:58 for the loss. Get the win light there to Mark Ketterer as Ron Myers turns it big time red and breaks it out a 10th and a half. Ketterer will move back in. Mikey Ulrich here, tower side, 7:25, taking on Gabrielle Wally, 7:70. Give the win to Gabrielle. Dead on with an 8 to be 53 total. As Ulrich 001 red, breaking it out 3 thou That'll be a burn ticket. Ted Miley here, tower side, 745 for the big wagon. Take on Dennis Core in the Dodge, 690. Get the win here, tower side to Ted. 754.0 on the 745 with an 11 late as Core late at the hit and breaks it out. 689.0 on the 690 for the loss. Dennis Gerhardt back up in the wagon, 596, taking on Lee Grinnell, 644 in the Mustang. Win light, give it to Lee Grinnell as he gets the True Start win. 006 red goes 643.7 on the 644s. Gerhardt 599.5 on the 596. We need all dragsters to 7 and 8, all dragsters to 7 and 8 for the re-entry round. All dragsters to 7 and 8 for the re-entry round. Steve Dickey here, tower side, 634, taking on Lee Ratzkovich, 662 in the Mustang. Run here at the stripe. Win light, give it to Steve Dickey. Trip, zip, one above, 3 to be 13 total. Lead 003, breaking it out 4 thou. Took 14, needed to take 10 or less to grab the win there. Evan Pouse back up in the pickup, 628, taking on Terry Sachs here tower side in the Camaro. Give it to Terry Sachs, 16, goes 636.5 on the 638 dial at 108 is Poust, 625.4 on the 628 dial for the loss. Denny McCloskey, 658 in the Firebird. Kevin Lacey here, tower side, 683 for the pickup. Kevin turns it 001 red, give D-Mac the win. Denny, 653 with a 7 on 658 at 102. Kevin, 679.9 on the 683 at 101. Andrew Bercudo, 629, taking on Theodore Myers, 595 here tower side in the Camaro. Theodore in big trouble, win light Andrew, dead on with a 7 to be 22 total. Myers breaks it out one hole on 594.0 on the 595 for the loss. Jesse Marshall in the Barracuda, 673, taking on Kevin Core, 696 for the Dodge Demon. the stripe, Winley, give it to Jesse Marshall. Dead on with a 4 to be 22 total. Core 21 on the hit. Breaks it out. 694.7 on the 696 for the loss. Scott Embley, 652. In the pickup, taking on Stan Piper, 671 in the Mustang here, Tower side. Give the win there to Scott Embley, dead on with a 6 to be 54 total. Stan laid the hit and breaks it out, 668.9 on the 671 for the loss. Zach Wolf back up again in the Plymouth, 763, taking on Tim Alabach in the Camaro, 616 the dial. Turns it red, gives the win to Alabach. Goes one above 1 to be 29 total. And Zach, I believe, out of here on both entries now. Steve Dustin back up again, 725, taking on Wendell Denny Jr., 738. And Dustin will grab the win there, 722.4 on the 725 of the 14 late as Denny turns at 15 red, throws away dead on with a 3. Drivers in 5 and 6, you start loading up. 5 and 6 should start loading up. Kyle Gockley back up again, trying to redeem himself, 603. Taking on Russ Archer, 684 in the wagon. Kyle is trying. Can he get it done? He does. He's 11 total. Trip zip up front. 1 above 1. Takes out Archer. Archer, 006 up front. Puts it 2 above 0 to be 26 total. Great lap, but no good for the Aspen wagon. Paul Cap, 676. And the Cutlass taking on Jeff Stewart in the Shell, 629. Paul Cap turns it red. He was in really shallow. Goes 675 of the 1 on 676. And Stewart will grab the win. 27 goes 628.5 on the 629 at 108 for the win. Jeffrey Santine back up on the bike, 533, taking on Joe Dedrick, 554 for the Camaro. And the buy run pulling into the burnout box will signal the end of no box re-entry round. into the Camaro. 14 total is Joe Dedrick. 7 dead 7 for the win as Santine 23 on the hit. No good. Breaks it out 3 thou on the big end. 532.7 and 129 on the 533 dial. Jeff Alabach in the pickup will get the buy run here. 659. Four dead 7 to be 11 total on the buy is Jeff. Moving back into the main event. First up, for top re-entry round, you got the $1 Million Man, Steve Cisco, 6 flat for the Cavalier. Taking on Nelson Belot here tower side in the rent-a-truck. 571. Give it to the $1 Million Man. He's 25 total, taking 007 straight. As Belot can't run the number 573.5 on the 571 at 119. Cisco moves back in. Mike Barber in the Mustang, 612. Jason Anastosis here at tower side, 503 on the Grand Am. Windlake, give it to Barber. Dead on with an 8 to be 24 total. Jason turns it 009 red and then shuts it down early. Matt Patterson, the S10 here at tower side, 665. Taking on Brock Mosier in the Vegas, 539. Uncharacteristically late and won't get the job done here. Patterson tried to give it back. 002 margin of victory goes 669.7 on the 665 dial with a 12 late. Mosier 44 up front goes 540 with a 7 on a 539 dial for the loss. Dan Galinas here tower side, 609 the dial. Take on Jake Moore, 622. Windlake, give it to Galinas. 001, breaking out 1 thou. 1 on each end from a perfect run. Jake Morris, 17, then goes 619 with a 6 on a 622 for the loss. Jack Grader in the T-Bird, 530 here, tower side, taking on Barry Souter in the Nova, 678. Grader turns it 12 red, gives the win to the Nova. Barry goes 675.6 on the $678 at 101. Grader breaks it out 528.6 on the 530 to end his day. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters for Access Insurance Agency. Round number 2 of Grider Brothers Heating and Cooling to lanes 4, 5, and 6. 6 to 9 to lane 4, 10 to 12 to lane 5, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 6. Rematch of first round of the shootout last night. Skylar Stump, Mark Cathell. Stump chasing him down at the stripe. Windlight, give it to Skylar. Dead on with a 6 to be 50 total. Cathell hogged up the straight there. Had the starting line advantage with a 35. But took 36 straight and needed to find the brake pedal. Couldn't get the job done. He'll head back to Laurel, Delaware. Eric Tenney now in the dark, 654, taking on Jeff Krashinsky, 566 in the Camaro. Windley, give it to Tenney, 005, margin of victory. He's 11, dead 0 to be 11 total. Krashinsky, 20 on the hit and breaking it out 4th out. So Tenney gets there first, 005 for the win. 619 here at Tower Side, taking on Danny Bastinelli, 547 on the Camaro. Bastinelli stays with a 002 red reaction time, goes 548.9 and 125 on the 547. As Tower Side will move back in, 617 with a 1 on a 619 with an 11 light. Erica Grader here, Tower Side in the Mustang, 585, taking on Cam Murray, 624 in the Duster. Also, buys for juniors are going to be 422X and 6 to 9, 1225 and 10 to 12, and 170X in 13 to 17-year-olds. So junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes for round number 2. Juniors to the lanes for round number 2. Murray with the wheels up, launch 19 total for the loss as Erica throws down 11 total for the win, grabs the 008 margin of victory. And we'll move back into the main event. John Reed here, tower side 626, taking on Vinny Guido 624 in the Nova. Win light here, tower side to John Reed. Dead on with a 9 to be 38 total. As Guido puts it 1 above 2 on the 624 dial for the loss. Denny McCloskey back up again. 656 here, tower side for the Firebird, taking on Terry Benton Jr. in the Camaro, 627. Win light, give it to Benton Jr. 17 goes 628.9 on the 627 at 108. McCloskey turned it red and then coasted on through. Jen Murray here, tower side 496, taking on Becky Mendenhall 486. .003 margin of victory going to Mendenhall. Dead on with a 6 to be 27 total. Murray was .009 up front, then again goes 498 with a 1 on a 496 for the loss. Give the win there to Caitlin Krause. 18 total, 11 dead, 7. Takes out John Taylor's 21 reaction time and 464.9 on the 463. Jason Barrow up now, 450 in the Lucas Oil lane. John Dustin here, tower side, 518. .009 margin of victory, give it to Jason. Dead on with a 6 to be 25 total. Dustin was 23 up front. Puts it 1 above 1 to be 34 total for the loss. Frank Zegg here, tower side, 468, taking on Greg Hicks, 480 in the Lucas Oil lane. Give the win to Greg Hicks, 002. Breaks it out 4th down, the 480 dial. As Zeg cracks it 12 red. I think goes 469.6 on the 468. Jeff Taylor up again, 470. Taking on Mike Hall, 468 here at Tower Side. Fourth out margin victory given to Jeff Taylor, 003. Goes 472.6 on the 470 dial. Takes out Hall, who was 21 up front, and goes 469.2 on the 468 dial. Brian Balducci, chicken dial, 493. Taking on Severn Johnson here, Tower Side, 466. Give the win to Chicken, 4-6 to be 10 total. Takes out Severn's 19 reaction time. Severn done here this weekend, 467.4 on the 466. David George and Jason Amy doing battle here. George here, Tower Side, 464. Amy, 516. Give the win to Jason. 35 goes 517.9 on the 516. George had the 17 reaction time, but slows at the big end. 469 with a 5 on a 464 for the loss. Nelson Belot back up in the truck. 572, taking on Joe Baruch, 486 in the dragster. The bye run in lane 8, load up. The bye run in lane 8. Double 8 margin victory, give it to Baruch. 11, 1 above 1 to be 22 total. Beats Belot's 10, 2 above 0 for the loss. Bob Hickey, 470 on the dragster, taking on Jen Murray, 497 here at Tower Side. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Double entries to 1 and 2. Car number 91T, you will have the wait and see by. 91T, you have the wait and see by for Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, round number 2. Vinny Guido in the Nova, 622, taking on Becky Mendenhall. Working through some of the double entries in the re-entry round here. Becky turns it 009 red, gives the win to Vinny. Vinny 623 to the 7 on 622 for the win. Mendenhall 486.6 on the 485 with the 009 red start. Couple more pairs before we're done with the re-entry round. But again, while it's quiet, no box doubles to 1 and 2. 91T, you are the wait and see by this round. No box doubles to 1 and 2. And again, while it's quiet, I want to thank B&M Performance and Machining for providing the live stream here today. I also want to thank the guys down in the scaffolding in the trailer. It is not an easy job sitting there for, 14 hours yesterday, 10 or so the day before, and probably somewhere around 8 or 10 today. So thanks to Mark and Scooter down there, bringing everything to you at home on the live stream. Appreciate their hard work. Want to thank the starting line crews and the crews here at Maple Grove Raceway and the staging lanes and all around the property to keep this event running smoothly. And especially got to thank the FRBR team, Sam, Andy. I suppose we'll thank Shane too. The whole FRBR team bringing another great event to the racers. And thanks to the racers for showing up and having a great time with us here. If you're starting to head out now that the re-entry round's done, we hope you have safe travels on the way home. And we look forward to having you back for the next FRBR event. The next one will be Door Wars in October right here at Maple Grove. John Taylor here, tower side, 465. Taking on Jason Morrow, 450. At the straight, give the win to Jason. 005 margin of victory. He goes 430 with a 0 on a 453 with a 0 on a $450 with a 16 late. Taylor 466.8 on the 465. No good. Jason moves back into the main event. And your buy run here, Bob Kalipski, 444. And that will finish up the reentry round of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Will head into Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster. Need all of no box for round 2 to 1 and 2. All of no box for round 2 to 1 and 2, please. All of no box to 1 and 2. Noah Dustin here, tower side, 1219, taking on Kara Lusby, 1208 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Noah Dustin turns it red there, gives the win to Kara Lusby. She goes 1222 with a 1 on 1208. And we'll move on to round number 3. We're 2 down and 1 back from here on out. Emma Corsatino, 11 flat here, tower side, taking on Alexis Lusby over in the Lucas Oil lane, 1210. Alexis grabs the win there as Emma had some issues on the start and not able to run the number. Alexis will move on to the next round. Paisley Anderson here, tower side, 890 the dial, taking on Mason Dudley, the red hot shoe, 897 in the Lucas Oil lane. Get the win here, tower side to Paisley. 893 with a 9 on 890 with a 15 light Dudley. Out of here for the weekend. Had a great weekend, though. 904 with a 6 on 897 for the loss. Sophia Curtis, 890 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Darian Hill in the Pro Torque lane here, tower side, 973. And Darian with issues. Get the win to Sophia. Sophia 903 with a 6 on the 890 at 72 mile an hour. Hill try to get it fixed for the next race. Landon Anderson here, tower side 890, taking on Reagan Ketterman. Reagan dialed in at a 909. Give the win to Reagan as Landon turns it 25 red. She goes 918 with a 7 on a 909. Landon 9 flat with a 2 on an 890 in the losing effort. Troy Steinke, 890 the dial over in the Lucas Oil lane. Camden Berry here, tower side, dialed it in at 893. Winlight give it to Troy. 891 with a 7 on an 890. With a 22 light, Camden late at the hit, then breaks out 891 with a 0 on an 893. Austin Booker here, tower side. Booker, 892 the dial, taking on Shane Connor. Dialed in at an 890. Win light, give it to Connor. 895 with a 2 on 890 with a 50 light. Booker was late and puts it 893 1 to 892 to end his weekend. Logan Anderson here, Tower Side, 793, taking on Mallory Stewart, 798. Logan missed it there. Get the win to Mallory Stewart. 801 with a 0 and a 798 with a 76 light. Logan, 8 flat with a 2 on a 793. Cuts her loose. Charlie Blittersdorf, 792 here, Tower Side, taking on Shane Daly, 8 flat in the Lucas Oil Lane. Cue ball missed it that time. And Daly's going to make him pay. 801 with a 9 on 8 flat dial. Blittersdorf, 794 9 on a 792. Cuts him loose. Nia Persons here, Tower Side, 802, taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 8 flat over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Win light, give it to Jillian Kleinfelter. Dead on with a 5 to be 92 total for the win. Nia had the starting line advantage, but breaks it out 1 foul. Took 61, needed to take 60 or less. Madeline Brockmeyer, 794 here, Tower Side, taking on Haley Ludwig, 801 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Win light, give it to Haley. 806.2 on the 801 dial with a 23 light. Madeline late at the hit. Throws away dead on 4 to be 100 total. Jordan Nelson, 790 here, Tower Side to take on Carly Force, 796 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Give the win to Jordan Nelson, 008 up front, 794 with an 8 on a 790 dial for the win as Carly breaks it out, 793-0 on the 796 and was late at the light. JJ Schoenberger here, Tower Side, 8 flat at the dial, taking on Madison Schoenberger, 807 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Get the win here, Tower Side to JJ, 16 dead on 5 to be 21 total. Madison late at the hit and breaks it out 804 with a 2 on a 807. Noah James, 795, Tower Side taking on Malia Curtis, 790 in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Ella, 20 on the tree, dead 1 to be 21 total on the buy.
I was like, okay.
Still showing Dad how to get the job done out there. And that will conclude Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. And we'll head into Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box.
Trivia! First person to come to the base of the tower with their pet dog, a real living animal, will get a gift card. And if you have already won once this weekend, you cannot win again.
All right, so bring your puppy to the first floor and get a prize. If Nelson Belot brings his puppy, it'd be like a miniature horse. So here we go for Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. First out, Steve Dustin, Stone Cold dialed a 725 for the Mustang out of Westminster, Maryland. Taking on Matt Hockmiller, 573 for his machine out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Dustin turns it 002 red, goes 1 above 0 for the loss. Matt is 574 with a 3 on a 573. Nicholas Beeler here, tower side in El Camino, 729. Taking on Kyle Core, 775 in the Dodge. Give the win to Core, dead on with a 9 to be 41 total. Beeler's 23 up front, but breaks it out 1 thou. Took 19, had to take 18 or less to get the job done. Ray Barlow, 603 in the Mustang, taking on Jason Parker in the Fox Body, 622. .001 margin of victory going to Parker. He's 30 total, 22 dead 8. Beats the 28 dead 3 of Ray Barlow. Great lap by both drivers. Parker will move on to round number 3. Scott Carpenter, 597 the dial for the Camaro. Taking on Harley Parson in the Malibu 673. .004 margin of victory going to Harley. 16 up front goes 678.1 on the 673. Carpenter 16 up front as well, goes 602.5 on the 597 dial for the loss. Ted Miley here, tower side in the wagon, 748, taking on Terry Neiman in the Nova, 642. Darian Hill, you lost, but now you won. You're the lucky loser of round number 2 in Junior Dragsters. Darian Hill, you are the lucky loser of round number 2. Come to the first floor of the timing tower and claim your prize. Give the win to the wagon as Neiman turns it red and breaks it out. 641 with the 2 on a 642. Winley, give it to Kurt Holland, 009, breaking it out 5,000 on the big end in the double breakout run. As Jeff Albach, 25 on the hit, breaks it out 657.5 on the 659 dial. Holland will move on with that entry, come back, try it again. CJ Faraka, 726, taking on Dan Casey in the Capri, 582. Winlight, give it to Dan, all the way over at the center line. 580 with a 3 on a 582 with a 31 light. CJ, 723.5 on the 726. Dan will move on. Jeff Stewart, 629 in the Chevelle, taking on Alan Yunt, 595 here tower side in the Roadster. Give the win to Jeff Stewart, 009, 1 above 1 to be 20 total. Yunt, 23 on the hit, no good, mathematically eliminated. 33 total on the lap, not bad, but not good enough. Ken Bossett here, tower side in the Camaro, 678, taking on Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 628. Give the win to Jimmy Stack, 627.1 on a 628 for the win as Ken turns it 11 red and goes 680 with a 4 on a 678. Austin Yunt, Robert Smith ready to do battle. Smith turns it red. Austin carried on through, goes 612 with a 1 on a 614 to 112. Smith, 650 with a 3 on a 648 for the loss. Matt Wilson here tower side, 636, taking on Layla Gockley, 7:32 in the S10. Win light, give it to Matt. 640 with a 6 on a 636 dial with a 006 light. Layla missed it a little bit, not too bad. 35 up front, but then can't run the number. 735 with an 8 on a 732 for the loss. Marty Flagel, 569 in the Nova. Taking on the Chevelle, Mike Griner. Griner, 576. Win light, give it to Griner. 003, finally found some caffeine, 10 total. Takes out Flagel, who's 40 on the hit. He goes 567-0 on a 569 for the loss. Russ Archer in the Aspen wagon. Tailgate still in the air. Can't do that. 686. Taking on Steve Dickey, 635. Archer cracks it, 004 red. Goes 687 with a 5 on the 686. Dickey 001 up front. Breaks it out 632.5 on the 635 for the loss. Mike Barbone 674 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Matt Consiglio here tower side 671. The win light to Barbone, 009, puts a 677.4 on the 674 dial at 99 miles an hour. Matt, 50 up front, breaks it out, 666.9 on the 671 for the loss. Shannon Fordyce, Dice Girl, 633, taking on Chris Beeler, 648 in the Camaro. Straight win light, give it to Fordyce. She's 12, goes 640 with a 2 on a 633 at 106 is Beeler. 21 and then puts it a 10th above for the loss. Mark Ketterer, 746 in the Aspen. Taking on Terry Sachs here tower side, 637 for the Camaro. Win light goes to Sachs, 18 up front, goes 638 with a 2 on the 637. Ketterer goes 747.2 on the 746, but 68 the late is no good. Soggy Dunn, Jesse Marshall doing battle now, 673 tower side for Marshall, 633 on the Lucas Oil Lane for Soggy. Soggy goes 009 red and breaks it out 3,632.7 on the 633. Marshall 005 goes 672.1 on the 673 for the win and moves on. Ray Fordyce the third here, tower side 661, taking on Todd Thoman 633 for the Nova. Winlight goes to Ray Fordyce as Thoman turns at 005 red, and then goes 630 with a 3 out of 633. Fordyce 658.7 on a 661. We'll move on. Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M here, tower side, 616, taking on Sam Koonsman, 553 for the bite. Bike's in trouble, but gets the job done. 550 with a 4 on a 553. Mendenhall breaks it out. 612 with a 7 on a 616 at 109. Mendenhall with a 18 to the 42, but can't get the job done on the big end. CJ Ketterer here, tower side 802, taking on Scott Embley in the pickup 652. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. G100, you are the wait and see by. I need top double door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 2. C2 Competition Converters and Machining top bulb. I need top bulb door cars for Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2 to 1 and 2, please. CJ turns it red, gives the win to Scott Embley. Scott goes 648.8 on the 652. Ketterer 798.4 on the 802 in the losing effort. Doug Linke here, tower side 663, taking on Jack Fish 603 in the Camaro. Winlight, give it to Linke. 004 margin of victory as Fisk breaks it out. 602.6 on the 603 of the 42 light. Doug goes dead zero to be 34 total for the win. Kyle Gockley up here now, 603 the dial. Taking on Joe Dedrick, 555 in the Camaro. Gockley in control, Winlight, give it to Dedrick. 553.8 on the 555 as Gockley breaks it out 6 flat with a 9 on a 603, throws away the 009 reaction time. Greg Baraggi here at tower side 669, take on Jordan Spica 681. Give the win to Greg here, Tower Side. Double breakout run, 668.6 on the 669 with a 30 late. Jordan, 679.4 on the 681 for the loss. Andrew Bercudo, 628 in the Firebird, taking on Rob Reiner Jr. 625 for his machine here, Tower Side. Give the win to Bercudo, dead on with a 0 to be 24 total. Reiner breaks it out, 623.3 on the 625. Was mathematically eliminated from the start. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 691 here, Tower Side, taking on Ed Races, 618 in the Malibu. Winlight, give it to Ed. Dead on with an 8 to be 16 total. Jeremy, wasting gas, 687.0 on the 691 with a 47 reaction time. Jana Embley back up in the Blazer, 750, taking on James Crouch in the Mustang, 691. Final call for top doubles. Top doubles, round 2 to 1 and 2. Final call, final call. Jana turns it 18 red, gives the win to James, and then shuts it on down. James dead on with a 2 to be 108 total. Nathan Mendenhall up here now. 47 clear outs of the motor later. Ready to do battle. 628. Taking on Dennis Core, 689 in the Dodge. And attention the pits, attention the pits. If you need anything from the speed shop, or if you're feeling hungry, the concessions and the speed shop will close at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, closing up shop is the concession stand and the speed shop. Mendenhall, the slight advantage at the stripe. Winlight, give it to Core. Mendenhall's car was slow, looked slow all the way down. Core goes 1 above 0 on the 689 for the win. Robert Dames in the Chrysler, 848, taking on Ray Barlow, 601 here in the Mustang. Double breakout, give the win to the Mustang. 599.2 on the 601 with a 13 late. The big Chrysler, 845.8 on the 848 with the 006 late is done for the day. Nick Beeler in the El Camino, 728, taking on Terry Benton Jr. in the Camaro, 631. Win light, give it to the El Camino. 731-0 on the 728 dial. With the 67 light, Benton Jr. had the 55 reaction time on his side, but takes too much stripe, goes 629. 1 on the 631 dial for the loss. Steve Dustin here, tower side, 722 in the Mustang, taking on Gabrielle Wally, 772 in the Mustang. Almost identical reaction times, but give the win to the Lucas Oil Lane. 773 with an 8 on a 772 with a 37 light. Dustin, 725-4 on a 722 at 89 mile an hour for the loss. Gabrielle moving on. Kurt Holland, 612 for last night's winner, taking on Macy Stewart, 622 in the Cutlass. Stewart will move on as Holland 004 red throws away dead on 5. Macy 008 and goes 620 with a 4 on the 622. Rob Hockmiller 574 here at tower side, taking on Lee Grinnell over in the Mustang, 643 the dial. Win late, give it to Rob. 006, 1 above, 3 to be 19 total. Lee was 005, but breaks it out. 641.9 on the 643. Took 25, needed to take 14 or less to turn on the electricity. Marty Flagel, 569 for the Chevy 2 here at tower side, taking on Stacy Orth, 594 for the Camaro. Double breakout win, give it to Marty, 568 with a 4 on a 569 with an 18 late. Stacy, 589.9 on the 594 with a 46 late in the losing effort. Tina Orth Lacey over in the far lane, 584, tower side, 6 flat. Give the win to Tina, 583.3 on the 584 with a 25 late, tower side. Breaks it out, 597 with a 9 on a 6 flat with a 003 late. Terry Neiman, 641 in the Nova, taking on Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 659. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Can we get all top door cars? All top door cars to 1 and 2. All top door cars to 1 and 2. For Blittersdorf's Automotive for round number 2 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. Win late, give it to McCloskey. 002 puts it 663.8 on the 659 dial. As Neiman, 643.2 on the 641. Bows out. Mark Ketter back up, 748, taking on John Hindenburg, 653. Win light goes to John, 008, one above 8 for the win, as Ketter 58 up front is no good, 744 on the 748. Win light, give the True Start win to Chris Colt. 001 red goes 594.0 on the 597. As Nar 006 red then goes 549.2 on the 547 for the loss. Tim Albeck in the Camaro, 617 taking on Cam Murray, 635. Give the win there to Cam Murray, 637 with a 0 and a 635 with a 30 light. Takes the 0009 margin of victory over Tim Albeck, who was 22, and then 619 and then 8 on a 617 for the loss. Harley Parson in the Malibu Tower side, 673, taking on Kyle Court in the Dodge, 775. Give the win late to Kyle Core. 14 goes 779.7 on the 775 dial as Parson turns it pretty red, then goes 671 with a 4 on a 673. Tension the pits, tension the pits. I need double dragsters to 5 and 6. Double enter dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Jeff Stewart, 630 here, tower side, taking on the Mustang of Jason Parker, 622. Win light, Stewart, 1 above 1 to be 23 total. Parker way late at the hit, breaks it out 1,000, 621 with a 9 on a 622 dial. Dan Casey, 581 here in the Mercury Capri, taking on Robert Smith, 648 in the Vega. Casey sounds like he had issues again here in this left lane. Not going to be able to get it done. Smith, 16, goes 652.9 on 648. Dan out of here with that entry. Jimmy Stack, 628 here, tower side in the Vega, taking on Layla Gockley, 733 in the S10. Win light, give it to Jimmy Stack. 18, then goes 634.9 on the 628 dial. Layla late at the hit and then goes 737.2 on the 733 for the loss. Ted Miley here, tower side in the big wagon, 753, taking on Joe Dedrick in the Camaros, 554. Win light, give it to Dedrick, 553.1 on the 554 with a 30 late. Ted late at the hit, then goes 748.8 on the 753 for the loss. Mike Barbone up for the buy run here, 675. He goes 32 up front, then 673 with a 0 and a 675. Aaron Thiem, 586 here, tower side as we move into C2 competition converters and machining top ball with Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 2. Steve Cisco, 6 flat for the $1 Million Man in the Cavalier. Give the win to Cisco, 597 with an 8 on a 6 flat with a 19 late. Aaron, 12 at the hit, goes 583.0 on the 586 for the loss. Dan Galinas here, tower side. 609 the dial, taking on Brock Mosier, 540 in the Vega wagon. At the stripe, win light, give it to Mosier. He's dead on with a 5 to be 31 total. Locks out Galinas' 37 reaction time. As it goes 608 with a no on a 609 for the loss. Daryl Tillman back up in the Corvette, 548. Taking on Matt Patterson here, tower side in the S10, 666 the dial. Went late, give it to Tillman, dead on with a 3 to be 26 total. Patterson, 16 up front, then breaks it out on the big end. 664.5 on the 666 dial for the loss. Skylar Stump here, tower side in the Camaro, 561, taking on John Reed. 625 for Reed in the Lucas Oil lane. And Stump lays down a lap, 13 total, 3, 1 above, 0. Has Reed 11 on the hit, goes 626.6 on the $625. Good lap, but Stump moving on. Big Bill Gurdon 669 taking on Michael Zegg 578. Can I get all dragsters to 7 and 8, please? All dragsters to 7 and 8. Excuse me, all dragsters to 5 and 6 with overflow to 7 and 8. 5 and 6 with overflow to 7 and 8. Give the win there to Michael Zegg. 580 with a 1 on a 578 with a 26 light. Big Bill 19 goes 668.2 on the 669 for the loss. Cody Mariner 564 taking on Mike Barber, one of the hardest Mustangs on the property to beat, 613. Once again, we need all dragsters to 5 and 6, overflow to 7 and 8. Mariner has got a chance at the stripe, win light, give it to Mariner. Dead on 4 to be 24 total. I'm sure that got a fist bump out of Pops. Barber, 14 up front, breaking it out 5, foul, took 15, needed to take 10 or less. Couldn't get it done. And our no box, round number 2, lucky loser award goes to Harley Parson. Harley, head to the first floor of the timing tower to claim your prize. Peter Morris here, tower side, 638. Taking on Rich Manganelli, 585 in the Camaro. Peter Morris going to grab the win. 640 with a 0 on a 638 with a 20 light. Rich 005 red, and then goes 582.4 on the 585 for the loss. Mike Lubanowski, 586 the dial for the Corvette, taking on Barry Souter in the Nova, 675. .005 margin of victory. Give it to Lubanowski here, tower side. Dead on with a 1 to be 21 total. Souter was 009 up front. Goes 676.7 on the $675, 101. And Mike will be moving on. Larry Patton, 570 for the S10, taking on James Carty in the Cavalier, 562. Control here, gets the job done. Almost does too much of a job, as Carty had starting line issues, something not set up right in that box. Scott Waters here, tower side, 697, taking on Jeff Martin in the Monza, 564. Win light goes to Jeff Martin, dead on with a 9 to be 32 total. Waters 15 on the hit, then breaks it out 1,000, 696.9 on the 697 in the losing effort. Jim Fordyce back up in the Corvette, 480 the dial, taking on Eric Fulton, 566 for his machine. Winlight, give it to the Corvette. Dead on with a 3 to be 18 total. Locks out the 30 reaction time of Fulton. Fulton dead on with an 8 to be 38 total. It'll win you a lot of races, but not this one. John Sieverling here at Tower Side, 571 for the Nova. Taking on Mark Mandley in the Chevy 2, 605 for Mark. Winlight goes to Mandley, 005, then goes 610 with a 0 and a 605 at 114. As Sieverling breaks it out, 569.9 on the 571 with a 28 light. Erica Grader in the Mustang, 585 the dial, taking on Bob McCloskey, 557 for the S10 pickup. Once again, we call all dragsters to 5 and 6, overflow to 7 and 8. All dragsters, you've been called to 5 and 6, overflow to 7 and 8. Win there to Bob McCloskey, 558 with a 9 on a 557. And moving on, Austin Yunt here at Tower Side, 613, taking on Caden Dorsey, 640 in the Duster. By 009, give the win to Austin Yunt. 003 up front, puts it 3 above 5 on the 613 dial at 104. Is Caden Dorsey, 25 on the hit, goes 642. 2 on the 640 for the loss. A unique matchup here. Andy Parcell, 571 in the Willys, taking on the Roadster of Rich Nowitzki, 581. Stripe, Winlight, Rich Nowitzki, 580 with a 1 on a 581 with a 33 light. Parcell was 006 red and goes 569.9 on the 571 dial. Fran DeChico in the Daytona, 573, taking on John McClure, 569 in the S10. Win late to McClure by 005, 570 with a 3 on the 569 with a 15 late at 120. DeChico 573-2 on the 573 in the losing effort. Evan Powell's back up in the rental truck, 620 the dial, taking on Eric Tenney. 654 for him for last night's runner-up. Win light goes to Tenney, 15, goes 653-3 on the 654 dial as Powell cracks it red, then goes 618 with a 3 on a 620. Greg Kelly, 682 in the Monza, taking on Laura Truitt, 605 for the Chevelle. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. If you need money, as in you won money, you need to come collect it. FRBR does not send out checks. Win late to Greg Kelly as Laura. Something going wrong on that machine there. She is never that early. So Kelly will move on. Please, if you have won money here this weekend, head to the bottom of the timing tower and grab your money. Also, if you have a tab, please come settle up on your tab. We'd hate to send Billy looking for you, and you have to stop working the computer up here. Eddie McBride here, tower side, 606. Taking on Vaughn Dunn, 564. Winlake goes to the Camaro, 568 with a 2 on a 564. As McBride can't run the number 615 with a 7 on a 606. Brent Nowitzki, 647 the dial. Taking on Dan Galinas, 608 here tower side. I think it's actually Raquel. Give the win to Nowitzki. 648 with a 4 on a 647 as Galinas 611 with a 2 on a 608 is no good with their identical 28 reactions. Matt Patterson up again in the S10, 665, taking on Terry Benton Jr. in the Camaro, 627. Patterson, 004 red. Benton's going to go 627 with a 6 on a 627 with an 18 late to be 24 total. And Patterson, 004 red, throws away dead on 3. Aaron Them, 582, taking on Vinny Guido, 625. Nova hanging them high, let them fly. Almost identical reaction times. Give it to Aaron. She's 11, dead 8 to be 19 total. Vinny 10 up front, breaking it out 6:23.5 on the 6:25 dial. Took 24, needed to take 9 or less to turn on the win light. Daryl Tillman back up in the Corvette, 5:48, taking on Rich Manganelli. 5:83. .006 margin victory. Give it to Tillman. 5:49.5 on the 5:48 with an 18 light. Rich 5:84.6 on the 5:83 with a 23 light for the loss. As we make the switch over to dragsters, we've got Dana Beauchamp here, tower side 475, taking on Mark Kelly 453. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters. Need you to the lanes for round number 3 of competition. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 2, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 3, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 4. Junior dragsters, need you to the station lanes, please. To lanes 2, 3, and 4. 6 to 9 to 2, 10 to 12 to 3, and 13 to 17 to lane 4. Dana Beauchamp grabs the win there. 476.0 on the 475 dial to be 22 total. Mark Kelly, 44 on the hit, goes 451.2 on the 453 for the loss. Josh Wilson here, tower side 452, taking on Greg Hicks, 480. And in juniors, it'll be 422X. In 6 to 9-year-olds, 10 to 12-year-olds will be 1225, and 13 to 17-year-olds will be 308X or 808X. 808X as your wait and see buys. Win light, give it to Hicks, 008. Dead 3 for the win as Wilson 454 with a 3 on the 452 with an identical 008 reaction time. Cut him loose, fed him the straight. Dan Northrup 473 taking on Dan Waters here, tower side 508. One foul margin of victory, give it to Northrup. He's 10, dead 0. As we heard somebody down there ripping on it, was probably Waters. He's tripped 1 above 1. I don't know, that mile an hour tells me different. But anyway, Dan Northrup moving on. Randy Krause 490 in the S&W dragster, taking on Jeff Taylor 472 for the driver in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Jeff Taylor, 13, 474.8 on the 472 dial, as Krause missed it big time up front and then breaks it out, 489.0 on the 490. Joe Martin, 464 in the dragster, taking on Dalton Rolls, tower side, 440. Win late by 001. Margin of victory. Give it to Dalton Rolls. He's 1, 2 above, 4 to be 25 total. Joe Martin, 19 dead, 7 to be 26 total. Rolls will roll to round number 3. Greg Parsons, 478 the dial for the driver out of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, taking on Rick Turkowski out of Gilbertsville, PA. 474 on his ride in the Lucas Oil Lane. Winlight, give it to Turkowski. He's 2 above 0 on the 474 dial to be 29 total. Parsons late at the let go. Goes dead on with a 7 to be 82 total and moving to his trailer. Jason Barrow, 451 in the dragster, taking on Caitlin Kraus, 490. Here, Tower side in the Pro Torque lane. At the stripe, give the win late to Kraus. She's 003, 2 above 3 to be 26 total. Jason, 49 on the let go, no good. Goes 450 with a 3 on a 451 for the loss. Brian Balducci, 493 for Chicken in the Lucas Oil lane. Butch Booker here, Tower side in the Pro Torque lane, 481. Winlay goes to Chicken. 13 goes 489.6 on the 493 dial. Booker turns a 005 red and then runs at 480 with a 7 on a 481. Jason Hall, 434 for the Pro Charge Dragster, taking on Rusty Bechtel, 497. Winlight, give it to Hoff. He's dead 5 to be 15 total. Rusty breaks it out 1 foul. Took 4, had to take 3 or less to grab the win. A good lap nonetheless, but just a tight run. Jimmy DeChaco, 439 here, Tower side, taking on John Reed, 626 in the door car. Trouble. DeChaco out of here. The door car, 14, 1 above 4 to be 28 total. DeChaco breaking it out 1 foul on the big end. and was late on the let go. Larry Waters, 498 here tower side, taking on Damian DiStefano, 521 in the Lucas Oil lane. Win late, give it to Damian. 10 up front, goes 522, 8 on the 521. To be 28 total, takes out the 39 reaction time of Larry Waters. Waters 39, dead 4 for the 43 pack. That is unfortunately a losing package. Dom Balducci up now, 471, taking on Jason Amy, 518. Winley, give it to Balducci. 3 dead, 2 to be 5 total. Jason goes 19 up front and then breaks it out. 515 with a 6 on a 518. No good. Joe Baruch, 487. Taking on Snap, Mike Nahill, 478 on his ride. Winlight goes to Baruch, 15, 1 above 7 for the win as Snap, 008 up front, breaks it out 3 thou, took 27, needed to take 24 or less. Nahill headed back to New Jersey. Dan Northrup, 473, taking on Connor Hebig, 476 in the S&W Dragster. Winley, give it to Connor. Dead on with a 0 to be 12 total. Northrup, 18 on the let go. No good. Dead on with a 6 to be 24 total. And done with that entry. Marty Martin here, tower side, 454, taking on 10 heaps, 470 in the Ed Quay Dragster. Winlight here, tower side to Marty Martin. 456.8 on the 454. The 16 light heaps missed it on the let go. Throws down dead 4 to be 78 total and out of here. Haley Bowles in the dragster, 542 the dial. Taking on Bob Hickey here, tower side, 470. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car number 330 in no box. You have the wait and see by for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3. And I need double entered cars for no box. Double entries in no box to 1 and 2, please. Double entries to 1 and 2. Bob Hickey, trip zip, goes 469.3 on the 470 dial. Haley turns at 15 red, then breaks out 537.2 on the 542 dial. Bob Kalipski up now, 447, taking on Jed Nar, 506. Double breakout win, give it to Bob Kalipski, 446.1 on the 447 dial with a 17 late. Jed Nar, 16 at the tree, goes 504.4 on the 506 dial for the loss. Brent Martin here, tower side, 467. Taking on Justin McGough, 493. Win late, give it to Justin. Dead on with a 5 to be 38 total. Martin was 47 on the let go and throws away dead on 5 as he was mathematically eliminated from the start. Terrell Sinkler, 524 in the Miller Dragster, taking on Becky Mendenhall here, tower side, 486 for her ride. .007 margin of victory, give it to Daryl. Dead on with a 5 to be 23 total, takes out Mendenhall's 30 reaction time as she goes dead 0 in the losing effort. Dana Beauchamp back up, 475 tower side, taking on Mark Kelly over in the far lane, 450. Give the win to Dana Beauchamp, 11. Then goes 479-1 on the 475 is Kelly. 005 red and clicks it off early. Joe Martin back up in the dragster, 464, taking on Jeff Taylor, 471. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Give the win to Joe Martin, 002, one above with a 2 to be 14 total. Taylor 25 on the let go and breaks it out, 469.4 on the 471. Jason Barrow back up, 450, taking on Rick Turkowski, 474. Give the win to Barrow as Turkowski 003 red, then breaks it out 473.4 on the 474. Has Barrow 21 dead 3 to be 24 total. And last pair. Greg Hicks 474 taking on Eric Tenney. Eric still carrying the bye. 654, going to try to hold on to it for one more round. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. All of no box to 1 and 2. Car number 330, you are the wait and see by. 330, you are the wait and see by. And Eric will continue carrying that by. Goes dead on with a 0 to be 24 total. Hicks 31 on the let go. Breaks it out. 472 with a 4 and a 474 for the loss. So while it's quiet, real quick, a reminder to anybody that has won money here this weekend, FRBR. Come see us. Anybody looking to leave their trailer has to leave it in the millings lot. Lexus Lusby, Tower Side, 1210, taking on Kara Lusby. Second time they've done this today, 1208. Give the win to Kara. 18 on the tree, goes 1223 with a 9 on, 1208 as Alexis breaks it out, 1208 with a 1 on, 1210. Paisley Anderson here now, 891, taking on Sophia Curtis, 9 flat. And Paisley 005 red give the win to Sophia. Paisley goes 888 with a 1 on an 891. Sophia 897 with a 4 on a 9 flat for the loss. Troy Steinke here, tower side, 890 the dial, taking on Reagan Ketterman, 917. Win light, give it to Reagan Ketterman. 915 with a 6 on a 917. As Troy goes 887 with a 4 on an 890 in the losing effort. And Shane Connor, apparently with issues here. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Racer in need, racer in need. Shane Connor needs a steel braided brake line for a junior dragster if you have one. JJ Schoenberger here, tower side, 8 flat, taking on Shane Daly, 804 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Give the win here, tower side to JJ, 798 with an 8 on an 8 flat with a 53 late. Shane, 780 or 798 on the 804 dial for the loss. Haley Ludwig, 805 the dial. Going up again against Ella Ketterman. Dialed heads up. Win late to Ella, one above on the 805 dial to be 27 total. Haley 45 at the hit, no good, breaks out 801.5 on the 805 dial. Last night's winner rolls on. Noah James 793 for the Seaford Delaware driver, going up against Jillian Kleinfelter out of Newmanstown, Pennsylvania, 799 the dial. Neither driver with a good late, but they're almost identical at the stripe. Win late, give it to Noah James, 795 of the 3 on the 793. As Jillian, 805.6 on the 799, takes the loss. Mallory Stewart up next, 797, taking on Jordan Nelson, 790. Give the win to Mallory. 798 with the 4 on a 797 for the win, as Jordan late at the hit goes 1 above 0 for the loss. And that will conclude round number 3, which is B&M Performance and Machining, round number 3 of Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. So no box, round number 3. Get ready to come around the corner for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. So here we go. Kurt Holland, Kyle Core. Holland gets the win. 6:13 with a 7 on a 6:12 with a 24 late. Core 20 on the hit, breaks it out 6 thou, 776.4 on the 777 dial. Nicholas Beeler in the El Camino, 7:30 Tower Side, taking on Jeff Stewart, 6:30 in the Chevelle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of C2 competition and converter sim machining top ball. Double entry door cars to 5 and 6. Double enter door cars to 5 and 6. Round 3 of top ball. Double enter door cars to 5 and 6, please. Give the win there to Jeff Stewart, 6:33 with the 2 on the 6:30 with a 17 late. Nick Beeler, 7:33, 1 on the 7:30 for the loss. Terry Sachs here, Tower Side, 6:37, taking on Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 6:28. Give the win light to the Vega, 6:31.1 on the 6:28 with a 43 late. Sachs in the Camaro 34, then goes 6:42.8 on the 6:37 for the loss. Shannon Fordyce here, Tower Side in the Mustang, 6:33, taking on Joe Dedrick, 5:54 in the Camaro. Win light goes to the Camaro, 5:57 with a 1 on a 5:54 with a 34 light. As Shannon missed the tree for the first time probably all weekend, goes 6:31.4 on the 6:33 for the loss. Ray Fordyce the third here, Tower Side in the pickup, 6:60. Taking on Matt Hockmiller in the Novus, 5:74. Winlake goes to the pickup here, Tower Side, 6:67 with a 2 on a 6:60 with a 12 late. As Hockmiller, dead on with a 7, takes the loss. Matt Wilson in the Camaro, 6:36, taking on Mike Barbone in the Malibu, 6:75. Winlight give it to the Camaro of Wilson, 6:36 with a 3 on a 6:36 for a 23 pack. Barbone 33 at the hit, no good, goes 6:77.8 on a 6:75 for the loss. Jesse Marshall here, Tower Side, 6:74. Taking on Dan Casey in the Capri, 5:81. And Dan 007 Red coasted on through. Jesse 10 on the hit goes 673.6 on the 674 for the win. And we'll go on to round number 4. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need double dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters to 7 and 8. Ray Barlow and Scott Embley, 603 tower side. Scott Embley, 649 in the Blazer. Give the win to Embley. As Barlow cracks it red, goes 602.5 on the 603. For the loss, Embley, 652.6 on the 649. And we'll move on. Sam Koonsman on the bike, 550, taking on Greg Baraggi here, tower side, 668. Give Greg the win as the bike turns it 20 red, goes 552.6 on the 550. Greg will come back after going 671.2 on the 668 dial. Austin Yutton here, tower side 613, taking on Andrew Bracuto in the Firebird 628. Winley, give it to Austin. 12 goes 617.4 on the 613 dial. Andrew missed it, goes 629.9 on the 628 for the loss. Jason Parker, 622 in the Mustang, taking on Mike Griner here in the Chevelle, 576. Griner, 24, dead, 2 to be 26 total. Parker, 18 on the red side. Cuts it loose and rolls on down. Doug Linke here, tower side, 663, taking on Tina Orth-Lacey, 583 for the Chevy 2 in the Lucas Oil lane. Winley, give it to Doug. 664.8 on the 663 with a 33 light. Tina had the better reaction time, but couldn't run the number. 588 with a 2 on the 583 for the loss. Marty Flagel here, tower side in the Chevy 2, 568, taking on Dennis Core in the Dodge, 689. Win light goes to Flagel. 009 goes 2 above 4 for the win. As Core 65 at the hit, then breaking it out 1 foul. 688.9 on the 689 dial. Win late, give it to Gabrielle Wally. 002, 1 above 0 to be 12 total. Takes out James Crouch's 22 reaction time. Goes on down 692 with a 3 on the 691 for the loss. 653 here tower side for John Hindenburg, taking on Harley Parsons. 672 in the Malibu. Win late, give it to Hindenburg. 655.5 on the 653 with the 23 late at 103. Harley late at the hit goes 674.1 on the 672 at 98 miles an hour. Macy Stewart here tower side in the Cutlass. 622 taking on Robert Smith in the Chevy 2. 648. Win late, tower side to Macy. 009, 624.2 on the 622 at 105. Robert Smith, 20 on the hit, goes 650 with a 1 on a 648 at 104 for the loss. Chris Culp, tower side in the Arrows. 594 taking on Denny McCloskey in the Firebird. 659. Windley goes to Chris Culp as McCloskey turns it red and then coasted on through. Culp dead on 5. We'll come back for round number 4. Ed races in the Malibu. 619 taking on Cam Murray in the Duster. 635. Win light, give it to Murray. 633 with a 9 on a 635 with a 20 late as Ed turns it red. Goes 621-2 on the 619. We're missing one car in no box. If you haven't made your run or haven't made your second run, we need you back to the lanes, please. Missing one car in no box. Attention to the pits, We need all door cars for top bulb to 5 and 6, and all dragsters to 7 and 8. All door cars to 5 and 6, and all dragsters to 7 and 8 for top bulb. Win light, give it to Jeff Stewart. 007, 5 above 0 to be 57 total. Core 56 on the tree, goes 781.4 on the 778 for the loss. Mike Barbone in the Malibu, 675, taking on Jimmy Stack in the Vega, 628. Double 8 margin of victory over to Jimmy Stack. 629 with a 5 on a 628 with an 18 late. Rob Hockmiller, Tower Side, 575. He'll be taking on Joe Dedrick in the Camaro, 554. We're ready to send the buy car out, so you better get there in a millisecond if you're not made your run yet in no box. At the straight, win late to Hockmiller. 576.8 on the 575 with the 28 late. Dedrick late at the light. Dead on with a 4 to be 85 total. And Rob moving on.
Dickey on the free pass, 6th thou under, 68 up front. Doesn't matter. When you get the freebie, he'll dial her back in and be ready for round number 3. Pete Morris, Steve Cisco, your first pair here. Both drivers away green. And the win light going to Cisco. He's 2 above. Skylar Stump, Michael Zeg, your next pair. Sorry, I'm having data issues on my computer, so I can't give you the full breakdown. Stump takes the win on that one. Daryl Tillman, and we think Greg Kelly, your next pair. All right, we're back to the action. Had to do a quick computer reboot. One, 2, 6E back to the lanes, please. Daryl Tillman, I think, is already up. 1, 2, 6E back to the lanes. So 1, 2, 6E and Daryl Tillman. As we're back to the action, everything working as it should. 1 thou between the two on a fantastic start. 005 dead 3 beats 007 1 above 4. 7-pack beats the 18-pack. Lubanowski laying the hammer down. McCluskey, great run, just lined up against the wrong opponent. Now it's Cody Mariner going up against Vaughn Dunn. Heads up. You don't see this too much these days. 564 apiece for Jackson, New Jersey's Dunn in the 67 Camaro, and Salisbury, Maryland's Mariner in the 78 Boo. Another great one. 8 thou separate a Mariner with the edge, but doesn't get there by 5 thou. Vaughn Dunn, 14 dead 0 for the win. Cody, 6, one above 3, 19 total for a second lap in a row. Not good enough. Dunn's 14, ends Mariners entry. Brock Mosier, John McClure, your next pair. McClure in the Watson McDaniel S10, dialed 569. Mosier in that high-flying Vega wagon. One of the nicest cars you'll see leave the starting line. Carries it out 200 feet, 540 the dial in there. And Brock's in trouble. McClure, 7. And gets there by 1 thou. Brock did everything he could, dropped it to dead on for a 34 total. McClure, looks like he was about flat out based on mile an hour, was 23 total. Nasty lap. John McClure gets the better of Mosier. Jim Fordyce, Eric Tenney, your next pair. Tenney dialed 654, last night's runner-up. Going up against Fordyce in that 67 vet. Fast vet dialed 480. Both drivers away green. The door car with a big advantage. I'm sorry, the dart with a big advantage and does not get the win. I said this yesterday with Fordyce. Sometimes it's good to be fast. He's 43, dead 7 for 50 total. Tenney, 9, gets there 42. Had to take 41 or less. You don't win these races without a little bit of luck, and Fordyce got his one. We'll see what he does with it moving forward. Now it's Aaron Tim in Shorty's Vega. Aaron dialed 582, going up against John Reed. Reed out of Essex, Maryland, 626, his prediction. Aaron, 2 thousandths red. Reed was only 37 in there for the taking. Reed, 37, dead 6, 43 total, pushes him through to the next round. Aaron, 2 above after that 2 thousandths red light. Now it's Larry Payton, Rich Nowitzki. Payton in the S10, 88 edition. Dials 750 on the throttle stop. Nowitzki dialed 581 in that 38 Dodge. Payton away with the 25,000 for the second advantage and the win light. Nowitzki got there 25, had to break out to do it. 18 total for Payton, locks out Nowitzki at the hit. Austin Yount, Jeff Martin, your next pair. Yount, right down the road in Stevens, PA. Vega dialed 613. Monza of Martin out of Hollywood, Maryland, dialed 562. Yount has 18 thousandths in his pocket and a win light. He's dead 4 for 16 total. Martin also dead on, but the 30 reaction time put him too far behind to make it up. Brent Nowitzki, Mark Manley, your next pair. Manley flat out missed it. Nowitzki has almost the 10th and cruises to the easy victory. He's 2 above, 766 total. Cuts in half Manley's reaction time and ends his weekend. Junior dragster to lane 5, please, for round number 4. Southampton, Long Island Hotel, round number 4. Junior dragster, there's 7 of you left. You're going to be on the ladder, so we'll take you down lane number 5, and we'll get you paired up. Or 8 of you left. I'm sorry, there's 8 of you left. Daryl Tillman back for his 2nd entry. Going up against Terry Benton. Benton has 11 thousandths in his pocket. Can he hold on to that hard-charging Corvette? He could have, but by 1,000th of a second breaks out, took 22, needed to take 21 or less. Tillman, 27, 1 above, 0, 37 total, got the job done. As we cross over into dragsters now, this is the last round that there is separation here as we are currently in 3rd round. That's Access Insurance Agency 3rd round of the C2 competition converter machining top ball. Brian Balducci, Dana Beauchamp, the first pair. Balducci, 7 dead zeros, 7 total. Taken 50. Beauchamp was 20 and 3 above. Brian, I guess if you know it's going dead on, you don't got to worry about it. He flirted with it there, but made that 7-pack work and comes back for round number 4. Greg Kelly, 126E. Greg Kelly, 126E. We need you back to the staging lanes. We need you to the back of lane 8, please. Greg Kelly, 126E, the back of lane 8. This pair, Caitlin Kraus, Joe Baruch. Kraus is 18, breaks it out 5 thou. Why? Because Baruch was 15 dead 1, 16 total, left her 2 thou behind when she hit the gas pedal. Tough lap for Kraus. Baruch moves forward. Damian DeStefano out of Red Lion, PA, 92. Miller dragster dialed 522. Going up against Dalton Rolls in his 2013 American. He's dialed 440. Double red light there. DeStefano gets the win. Runs it 400ths under. Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters to lane number 5, please. The remaining 8 Junior Dragster quarterfinalists to lane number 5, please. Please remember to visit Sam in the base of the tower. Get your payouts, square up your tabs. Don't want to take any of your money home with me. I want it all to be in your pockets where it belongs. So please get that taken care of before you roll out. Connor Heben, 004, Jason Hall, 10. And again, the worst reaction time gets away with it. Not that a 10 is bad, but he is, Jason Hoff is 1 above 0. He's 20 total. Connor 004 got there 28 to break it out 12 thou. Had to take 16 or less to make that math work out in his favor. Jason Barrow going up against Justin McGuff on this pair. McGuff, right side, New Jersey resident, dials 493. Barrow out of Northeast Maryland, down in the Cecil County area, dialed 450. That's a 2021 American chassis dragster. McGuff with an 0.08 of a second advantage, but for the 3rd straight round, the better light doesn't get it done. He takes 18 to break it out. 6 thou, had to take 12 or less. Barrow didn't make it look easy. 33 dead 4, 37 total. Gets the win light. Bob Kalipski, Madison Township, PA, 2007 S&W Dragster, dialed 446. Spotting a couple tenths of a second to Jeff Taylor. Taylor from the left coast, does a lot of racing all around the country, but does take up shop in the Northeast from time to time. Won a 50 grander earlier this year. Trying to add to that total this weekend. And he's got a good start. He's got 100th of a second over Kalipski, and he's got the win light. He's 12 total, getting there first by 6 thou. Kalipski, 16, dead 2, 18, thanks for playing. Great pass, but 6 thou behind that 12-pack laid down by Jeff Taylor. I need my no-box doubles to 1 and 2. There are 2 of you left. No-box doubles. Jeff Stewart, Jimmy Stack, this is your personal invitation to join us in 1 and 2. The rest of no-box, that is Roadrunner Race Fuels no-box. The rest of you are on standby. But our doubles, please, to lanes 1 and 2. Don Balducci, Marty Martin, this pair. Balducci, left side, came for the day. 08 Race Tech, dialed 471. Marty Martin, 2021 Race Tech. And he's going to have to send Balducci a Christmas card. Marty's 48 and a thou under for the win. Balducci clips it 10 red and 1 above in the losing effort. Dan Northrup, 002, Joe Martin, 18. Double breakout affair. Northrup gets there first, 9 thou, wins the double breakout by 7 thou. He's 002, 9 thou under. Martin, 18, 6 thou under. One of those situations where you need to weigh anchor and see how it works out. Northrup played the finish line better. Northrup moves on. This is not how these two drew this up. Great friends, Rick Turkowski, Bob Hickey. Park together, hang together. Certainly weren't trying to race together in 3rd round, but sometimes that's how the matchups fall. Almost dialed identical too, 474 for Turkowski, just 4/100ths of a second ahead of Hickey. And Turkowski was ready, Hickey not so much. Huge starting line advantage and the win light. He's 15 total, taking 30. Hickey flat missed it, drove it 6 thou under to try to get there, to no avail. Turkowski moving on. Terrell Sinkler, Greg Hicks, this pair. Sinkler, Baltimore, Maryland, 04 Miller, right side. Hicks from Las Vegas, Nevada, part of that Taylor Racing team, 07 Mullis, 480, his prediction. All no box to lanes 1 and 2, please. Gabrielle Wally, W123, you are the wait and see by. Gabrielle Wally, W123, you are the wait and see by. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. Both drivers in after thinking about it for a while. Both drivers away green, neither great. 29 the better end of it. But doesn't get the win. Sinkler takes 68 to break it out. 13th thou, had to take 55 or less. Hicks let him go and let him go hard. Got behind and got the win light.
Tower side, JJ Schoenberger, $7.99. Far lane, Sophia Curtis, $8.95. I believe Reagan Ketterman got the win that last pair. Sophia with the win here. One above, 0 to be 30 total. JJ was 47 on the hit. Breaks it out 796.1 on the 799. Tower side, Ella Ketterman, 805 the bell, taking on Shane Connor, 890 over in the Lucas Oil lane. And Ella might be in trouble here. Her streak might come to an end. Win light, she gets around him. 806 with a 2 on an 805 as Shane breaks it out. 884 with a 5 on an 890 for the loss. Ella will keep it moving. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Marty Flagel, we're missing you for no box. Marty Flagel, we are missing you for no box. Need you to the lanes, please. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box is rolling in the water box right now. So Daryl Tillman over in the far lane, 548, taking on Greg Kelly here, tower side, 681. Tillman. Turns at 11 red, goes 550 with a 3 on a 548. Gives Greg Kelly the win. Kelly 17 at the hit, goes 676.7 on the 681. And moves on to round 5. Tension the pitch, tension the pitch. Junior dragsters. Turn them around and bring them right back to lane 4. Junior dragsters. Turn them around, round robin, right back to lane 4. Steve Dickey, tower side. Jeff Stewart, far lane. Win late. Give it to Stewart. He's 17 total. 10 dead 7 for the win. As Steve here, tower side. 51 up front, goes 632.5 at 108 on the 634 dial for the loss. Greg Baraggi here, tower side. 669. Taking on Jimmy Stack over in the far lane. 628. Give the win late to Jimmy Stack. 11 up front, goes 2 above 0 to be 31 total. Takes out the 51 late of Greg. And Stack in the Vega will roll on. Greg breaks it out 5,000 on the 669 dial. And Joe Dedrick with issues. His crew telling him to shut it off. Got something leaking or something's going on over there. Got Jesse Marshall here, tower side, 676. And Dedrick with a puddle on the starting line. That'll give Jesse Marshall the free lap. And Jesse will go 50 up front and then break it out 2,000, 675.8 on the 676 for the loss. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need top ET, top ET. For round number 4, Southampton Long Island Hotel, round number 4, I need top ET to 7 and 8. Dan Northrup, you are the wait and see by. Dan Northrup, you are the wait and see by. And I need all of top ET, dragsters and door cars to lane 7 and 8 for C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. Tower side, Matt Wilson, 636, taking on Macy Stewart in the Cutlass, 622. Head to straight, win light goes to Wilson, 635 with an 8 on 636 with a 47 light. Macy with the better reaction time, 18, but breaks it out 5 thou. Took 32, needed to take 27 or less to grab the win. Can't do it. Mike Griner, 576 here, tower side, taking on Scott Embley in the pickup, 652. Scott Embley has control here. Scott Embley does not get the job done on the big end. Give it to Griner. He breaks it out 3 thou on the 576 dial with a 29 late. Embley 005 up front. Breaks it out 3 whole ones. Took 51, needed to take 21 or less to turn on the electricity. Chris Culp in the arrow, 595 the dial. Taking on Austin Young here, tower side, 613. Win light, give it to Young, 8, 3 above 7 for the win. Moving on, Chris Culp, 66 up front, no good, breaks it out, 592-2 on the 595 for the loss. Kurt Holland up here again, last night's winner, 6-12 in the Camaro, taking on John Hindenburg, 654 in the Mustang. Attention in the pits. Lucky loser of round number 3 in top ET is Aaron Thiem. Aaron, head to the first floor of the timing tower and collect your prize. Win light, give it to Kurt Holland. He's dead on with a 5 to be 24 total as Hindenburg drops it 12 red out the gate and then breaks it out 4 thou to end his day. Cam Murray, dialed 637 in the Duster, taking on Ray Fordyce here, tower side, 661. Win light, give it to Cam Murray, dead on with a 2 to be 43 total as Fordyce had the starting line advantage with an 18 and then breaks it out 658 with a 9 on 661. Doug Linky here, tower side 664, taking on Rob Hockmiller 575. Linky turns it double over red, gives the win to Rob. Rob dead on with a 9 to be 29 total. And that'll end Linky's day. Starting to come towards the end of no box here. Marty Flagel, 568. Taking on Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle, 630. Marty Flagel cracks it red, gives the win to Jeff Stewart. Stewart 005, then breaks it out 628.5 on the 630. Jimmy Stack here, tower side 628, taking on Gabrielle Wally, 773 in the Mustang. Final call for top ET to 7 and 8. Final call for top ET to 7 and 8. You're ready to come out of the lanes. So final call. You're out of the lanes. We've got cars in the water box. And Stack turns a 002 red. Goes 626-1 on a 628 for the loss. Gabrielle will carry the bye one more round. Dead on with a 5 to be 20 total. John McClure here at Tower Side 571 going up against Damian DiStefano 519. Give the win to DiStefano. He's dead on with a 5 to be 37 total. McClure breaks it out by 3 thou. Took 37, had to take 34 or less. Skylar Stump, Tower Side in the Camaro, 567, taking on Marty Martin, 453 in the Dragster. Skylar turns with 001 red. Marty Martin 002 on the green side. Then goes 451.8 on the 453. Stump 564 with a 0. Let me learn to talk again. On a 567 at 123 to end the weekend for the Camaro. Winlight, give it to Dalton. 11 up front, dead 4 to be 15 total. Data was 15 on the let go and gets behind, goes 478 with a 2 on a 476 for the loss. Brian Balducci, chicken dialed at a 493, taking on Larry Patton, 750 in the pickup. The win to Balducci. He's dead on with an 8, but 002 red. Thankfully, Larry was 008 red and goes 753 with a 2 on a 750. Balducci will move on. Mike Lubanowski here, tower side 586, taking on John Reed 626. Winlight give it to John Reed, dead on with a 5 to be 26 total. Mike was 008 up front in the door car, but took too much straight. Took 26, needed to take 18 or less on the lap for the win. Tension the pits, tension the pits. I need Nitro Graphics, round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box to 1 and 2. Your buy will be W123. W123 will be your wait and see buy. So Nitro Graphics, round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We need you to 1 and 2, please. Jason Hoff, 435, taking on Rick Turkowski, 474. Canceling that call. Cancel that call. No box. No box. Do not come to the lanes. No box. Do not come to the lanes. No box. Do not come to the lanes. At the stripe, Winlight 006, Rick Turkowski, dead on with a 3 to be 28 total. Hoff was 11 up front, but gets behind. Might have give that one back by the mile an hour. 437.3 on the 435 for the loss. Brent Nowitzki. Not Nordetdoy, as it's been in the computer all weekend. Thanks, Trish. 648, the dial. Taking on Steve Sisko, the $1 Million Man, 601 in the Cavalier. Once again, no box, no box. You are on hold. Do not come to the lanes. No box, you are on hold. Do not come to the lanes. Sisko grabs the win, 16, and then breaks it out, 599.4 on the 601 dial. At 110 as Nowitzki is 20 on the tree, goes 644.8 on the 648 dial for the loss. Jason Barrow here, tower side, 450 the dial for the dragster, taking on Vaughn Dunn in the Camaro, 560. Win late, give it to the Camaro. 003 goes 561.8 on the 560 dial. As Barrow misses it again, 45 up front, drops it dead 8 to be 53 total for the loss. Joe Baruch out of Pittsburgh, PA, 487 the dial on the dragster, taking on Austin Yunt in the Vega here, Tower Side, 613. Win late, give it to the Vega 005, then goes 611 with a 1 on a 613 as Baruch cracks it 2 red and then breaks it out 7th thou, 486.3 on the 487 dial. Greg Hicks, 475, taking on Greg Kelly, 678 in the door car. The dragster chasing down the door car in charge. Door car gets behind. 476.1 on the 475 with a 21 late. Gets it done for Greg Hicks. Greg Kelly, 001 up front and gets behind. 682.2 on the 678 dial for the loss. Dan Northrup, 471 in the dragster, taking on Daryl Tillman, 459 in the Corvette. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We now need no box to 1 and 2, no box to 1 and 2. Northrup cracks it 5 red. Gives the win to Daryl Tillman. Tillman 004, breaking it out 547.4 on the 549 dial. We'll move on to round number 5. No box, no box. We need you to 1 and 2, please. No box to 1 and 2, please. We need Brian Epps. Brian Epps to the winner's circle, please. Brian Epps, we need you to come to the winner's circle, please. And we need no box to 1 and 2, please, for round number 5. Junior dragsters out for round 5. Semifinals, junior dragsters, Mallory Stewart, 795 the dial, taking on Reagan Ketterman, 909 for the young lady out of Laurel, Delaware, taking on the driver out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Who will be headed to the finals here today on the final day of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. We're in the semifinals of Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters. It's Daryl Tillman Realty Group semifinals. And Reagan Ketterman, 002 red for Reagan, bless her heart. Gives the win over to Mallory Stewart. Mallory dead on with a 6. Was late at the light, but Reagan, 002 red, goes 915 with a 2 on a 909 for the loss. Great job, young lady. And next up will be Ella Ketterman, her older sister. Last night's winner, 806 the dial. Taking on Sophia Curtis, dialed in at an 894. Something neat we just realized up here in the tower. Who runs the world? Girls. It is an all-female semifinal here at FRBR. Write that one down. It'll be a trivia question at a future event. Sam's listening to me downstairs, feverishly writing that down, that fact. So again, tower side, Ella Ketterman, 806, Sophia Curtis, 894 in the Lucas Oil Lane. So the starter seeing something that needed addressing there, so made the quick call to the tower to throw the reds on, and we'll back these girls up and let them get everything fixed and try it again. So here we go. Got everything back together. Pair of good lights by these young ladies. It's going to come down to the far end at the stripe. Win light. Give it to Sophia Curtis. 26 up front goes 899-1 on the 894. Ella can't run the number. Had the starting line advantage, a 19 to a 26, but goes 821-0 on the 806 and will end her day in the semifinals. But nonetheless, a great weekend for that young lady. A win last night and a semifinals here today. So to be Sophia Curtis headed to the final round. To take on Mallory Stewart. Fifth round of no box, firing up down in the lanes. We see a lot of trailers rolling out. Want to thank again everybody for coming out here this weekend to support the FRBR Promotions event. It's the Daryl Tillman Realty Group 5th Annual Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Can't thank all the racers, sponsors, supporters enough. All 3 days we were able to get racing in. So the rounds are dwindling here today. We'll soon crown 3 more winners. Matt Wilson here, tower side in the Pro Torque lane, 636 on the Camaro, taking on Jeff Stewart, 629 for the Chevelle in the Lucas Oil lane. That still doubled, and his daughter just went to the final round of the Junior Dragster division. Here we go. And Stewart still has one in. Wilson turns it 9 red. As Stewart 627.7 on the 629 at 109. We'll bring it back around for the double. Wilson goes 634.6 on the 636 after the 009 red for the loss. Towerside Jesse Marshall and the Barracuda 677 taking on Jimmy Stack 628 for the Vega. Green on both sides. Here comes the Vega. The Barracuda's in charge and gets the win. One above 7 to be 40 total. Jimmy Stack missed it big time there and takes the loss. 625.4 on the 628 to end his day. Austin Yunt in the Vega 613 taking on Rob Hockmiller over in the Lucas Oil Lane 576 the dial. Winlight, give it to Rob. Dead on with the 3 to be 29 total as Austin clicks it 2 red and then breaks it out 2 hole one. 611 with a 0 and a 613 to end his weekend. Kurt Holland, last night's winner, still rolling with 1. 613 the dial, taking on Cam Murray. Friday night's winner in Top Bulb. Dial to 637 in the Duster. Ripping on the loud pedal is someone. Winlight is Kurt Holland. Breaks it out 3 thou. Almost identical reaction times. Holland goes 612 with a 7 on a 613 with a 20 late. As Murray goes 634.7 on the 637 with the 22 late and is no good. It'll be Kurt Holland moving on another round. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Car number 812, 812. You're the wait and see buy for Top Bulb, C2 competition converter and machining Top Bulb, and I need all of round number 5 to 7 and 8. Top Bulb, round 5 to 7 and 8, please. Top Bulb, round number 5 to 7 and 8. And junior finals, we know Jeff Stewart is still coming back for his double, so no rushing on him. But junior finals, when you get a chance and want to bring them back to lane 4, go ahead. And I'm going to finish up no box here as Jeff Stewart has made his way around for his second entry, which will go up against Mike Greiner, 576. Stewart, 628 the dial. Give the win to Jeff Stewart. He carries to another round as Greiner's 004 red. Stewart was 002 red. And dead on with a 0. He is set up for kill. Greiner was dead on with a 9. It was going to be a good lap if drivers could have turned it green, but both turn it red. Stewart will carry 2 into round number 6. And Gabrielle Wally with the bye, 773. And Gabrielle, 15 on the hit, goes 769.7 on the 773. And she'll bring it back around for round number 6. So drivers down in 7 and 8 should be loaded up, ready to go. Drivers in 7 and 8 should be loaded up, ready to go. And again, we know Jeff Stewart just ran. Whenever you all can get the junior back to lane 4 too, and as well as Sophia Curtis, we'll take you all back to lane number 4. So here you go, round number 5 for C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. It's Nitro Graphics, round 5. Right here, right now, we've got Jeff Taylor, 471 here, tower side, taking on Damian DiStefano, 519 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Taylor in control, win late, Jeff Taylor by 003. He's 17, goes 473, 7 on the 471 at 142. As Damian, 33 up front, then goes 520 with a 4 and a 519 of 131 for the loss. Dalton rolls here now, tower side, 441 the dial, taking on Rick Turkowski, 474 for the driver out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. And the driver out of Gilbertsville in control, win light, give it to Turkowski. He's 10 total, lays down a nasty lap against Dalton Rolls. Rolls 20 up front, and then puts it 2 above 2 on the dial for the loss. Turkowski will move on to round number 6. Austin Yunt back up here. 613 on the Vega, taking on Vaughn Dunn, 563 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Vaughn Dunn. 006 puts it one above, 9 to be 25 total for the win. Austin Yunt 35 on the hit, dead 8. Decent lap, but not good enough when you're in round number 5 of competition. Greg Hicks, 482, taking on Chicken. Brian Balducci, 493 on the undercover dragster for Balducci. Win light, give it to Chicken. Dead on with a 3 to be 22 total on the lap. Greg Hicks here, tower side. Breaks it out, 11 up front. Needed to take 11 or less to turn on the win light, but doesn't get it done on the big end. Steve Sisko in the Cavalier. 6 flat to dial, taking on John Reed, 626 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Lights, win light, give it to Cisco. He's 1 above 5 to be 27 total on the lap. Reed breaks it out. 1 foul, took 12, needed to take 11 or less for the win and could have got it done, but Cisco drops back and takes the win. Dale Tillman here, tower side, 547 for the Corvette, taking on Marty Martin, 452 for the dragster. Final pair for round number 5 of Nitro Graphics round 5 here in C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Six red to give Martin the pass. 450 with a 7 on a 452 and 154. And Tillman will end his day dead on with a 4, but 6 red. And that completes round number 5 for C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Jeff Stewart. When if we can get you back to 1 and 2, please. We will be on a ladder this round, but if Jeff Stewart, if we can get you back first, then we'll call the rest to no box. We are on a ladder this round, but still want to get Jeff up at the front for his double entry.
Trivia / scavenger hunt. First person to bring a popsicle to the base of the tower and eat it, finish it, gets a gift card. And if you have already won this weekend, you cannot win again.
Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need no box. Round number 6 to 1 and 2, please. Round 6 of no box to 1 and 2, please. That's the B&M Performance and Machining round number 6 of Roadrunner Race Fuels no box to 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster finals rolling down the hill. Junior Dragster finals. Here we go. The final day of Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters at the Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf's Automotive. If one of these drivers can throw down a 10-pack, they get $250 bonus, 5-pack, $500 bonus, or a perfect run, $2,500, courtesy of Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Let's see what the ladies can do. Mallory Stewart, Taberside, 794. Will it be a banner day for Stewart Family Racing? We're going to find out. Or will it be Sophia Curtis, 896 the dial, over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Here we go. Both drivers are pre-staged. Bump it in. They're both in. The tree is set. We're going to have a winner here. In under 9 seconds, the winner's going to be Mallory Stewart. Sophia Curtis, 14 red. Just got it a bit too much and goes dead on with a 2. Mallory Stewart dead on with a 9 to be 59 total for the win. Mallory Stewart starts off what could be a banner day for Stewart Family Racing here at the Independent Showdown. Congratulations to Mallory Stewart, and great job to Sophia Curtis on a job well done. 14 red, nothing to hang her head on. Dead on with a 2. Great laps by both ladies. Mallory Stewart, your winner of Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters on the final day. And with that, I need Top Bob to 7 and 8, please, for round number 6. Top Bob to 7 and 8, please, for round number 6. Here we go. B&M Performance and Machining, round number 6 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Coming into the water box, Jeff Stewart, 628, carrying 2 entries. It's going to take on Jesse Marshall, 677 here tower side in the Barracuda. Both drivers are pre-stage. We're ready to go. Stewart from Fairmont, West Virginia. Marshall from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Stewart's carrying 2. 002 to a 002 win for Marshall. And Jesse breaks it out 670 with a 9 on a 677. Jeff Stewart lays down 5 total, 2 dead 3. Tell me this guy is not locked in right now. He'll take at least 1 entry to 3 cars. He'll bring it back and run one more time this round. Kurt Holland, tower side, 613 the dial on the Camaro. He's trying to go back-to-back. The driver out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania will take on his fellow Whitehall, Pennsylvania native, Rob Hockmiller, 576. Win light, give it to Kurt Holland. 3 dead 9 to be 12 total. Takes out Rob. Rob's 22 up front, and didn't matter what he did on the big end. He was mathematically eliminated from the start. Kurt Holland will roll on to round number 7 to the semifinals as Rob goes 577.7 on the 576 at 117 in the losing effort. So here we go. B&M Performance and Machining, round number 6, a C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. We've got Jeff Taylor here, tower side, 472 on the Ginkgo Plumbing Dragster. Taking on Rick Turkowski out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, 474, almost heads up dial. Turkowski's in, Taylor's in, here we go. Turkowski with the starting line advantage and the win. Dead 1 to be 19 total. Taylor is 26 up front, breaking it out. 470 with an 8 on a 472. Rick Turkowski goes on to round number 7. Next up, another battle of the long and skinnies. Marty Martin, 451. In the 2021 Race Tech, taking on Brian Balducci. Chicken, dialed in at a 493. Win light, give it to Balducci. He's one above 8 to be 19 total on the lap as Martin throws away dead on 4 and is 61 total for the loss, and his weekend comes to an end. Now we go on door car crime as Vaughn Dunn, 562 in the Camaro, takes on Steve Cisco here, tower side in the Cavalier, 598. For the second baddest Cavalier in all of drag racing. The other one's orange and sitting in a shop somewhere near, I'm going to call it Harbison, Delaware. If that doesn't get Slick Vic's attention, I don't know what will. Almost identical reaction times. Win light, give it to Dunn. 563.7 on the 562 dial with an 11 reaction time. We'll move him on. The $1 Million Man breaks it out by 6 thou on the big end. He took 24 straight, needed to take 18 or less, missed the drop by Dunn. Cisco out of here in round 6. Dunn will move on. And that will conclude round number 6. So top, bring them right back to 7 and 8. Top, right back to 7 and 8. And no box can go ahead and bring them back to 1 and 2 if you haven't already. No box back to 1 and 2. Top back to 7 and 8. No box back to 1 and 2. So here we go. Jeff Stewart. Can he carry 2 down to 3? We're going to find out right here. 628 the dial on the Chevelle. For the driver out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Taking on Gabrielle Wally. 771 for the Mustang out of Stevens, Pennsylvania. George Hoff, you're too kind. Love interacting with the chat bleachers. Again, thanks to everyone watching at home on Diamond State Digital. Here we go, we're in. Oh, Stewart loses one. He turns it 15 red, but I do believe he might get the bye. We'll find out. That's unofficial. As Gabrielle goes down to 3 cars, 15 breaking it out, 4 thou on the big end, 770 with a 6 on a 771 at 88 miles an hour. Stewart dead on with a 3, back-to-back passes. But this time, cracks at 15 on the red side. He'll bring it back around, and I believe unofficially, very, very unofficially, do not trust my word here, that he will have the bye to the finals, and it'll be Gabrielle Wally taking on Kurt Holland. But that is as unofficial gets. So once again, if we can get the semis of both no box and top back to the lanes, it'll be pretty much round robin for semis and finals. So we can finish off the final day here of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. So we got no box all in the lanes. I need top ball. Need you back to the lanes, please. Need you to cool them, retool them, and refuel them. Bring them right back to 7 and 8. Once again, I need top to 7 and 8, top to 7 and 8. 131X, you'll have the wait and see by. So once again, I need semifinals of top bulb to 7 and 8. Semifinals of top bulb to 7 and 8. Need you there now, please. Vaughn Dunn, we're missing you. Vaughn Dunn. He's pulling up. All right. Great timing. No box firing up, ready to come around the corner next. Nope. Oh, it's Trisha has told me wrong. It's all Trisha's fault, folks. Gosh. We've got Top ET coming out next. Semifinals of Top ET coming out next. And first out, we're going to have Rick Turkowski here, Tower Side, the Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania dragster. 474 will be the dial as he'll take on the Camaro of Jackson, New Jersey's Vaughn Dunn. 560 on the window of the Camaro. So will we have an all dragster final, or will the door car hold on strong? Who's meat and chicken in the finals? Brian Balducci with the bye to the finals. Here we go. Both drivers are in. We're ready to dance. Here, oh, done with issues. It's going to be Rick Turkowski in the finals against Brian Balducci. Dunn was 24 at the hit, and then something unhappy in the Camaro as Dunn bows out at 3-car. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. That's a lot of smoke that we shouldn't need to see right now. And dodging a bullet there. Thank goodness. That would not have been the way to end a long weekend. We've been very fortunate. And now it'll be Brian Balducci taking the bye run, 493. Oh, here we go. Balducci will meet up with Rick Turkowski in the finals. And Chicken, 6, and cuts it off to go 5:03.4 on the 493. Here we go, track officials checking out the surface down there at the 330. We're good to go. Kurt Holland here, tower side, 612, looking to go back-to-back in the Camaro, taking on Gabrielle Wally, 770 for the Mustang. Both drivers are in. Here we go, here comes the Camaro. Down at the stripe, Winlake, give it to the Camaro. 614 with a 2 and a 612 with a 14 light. Gabrielle had the better reaction time, 10 to a 14, but can't run the number on the big end. 774 with a 9 on a 770, and will bow out here in the semifinals. It'll be Kurt Holland going back-to-back finals, and he'll face Jeff Stewart in the Chevelle. Stewart dialed a 628. And Stewart missed it a touch there on the bye. Goes 627 with a 5 on a 628. And he'll come back around to face Kurt Holland. So Kurt Holland and Jeff Stewart bring it right back to 1 and 2. Rick Turkowski and Brian Balducci bring it right back to 7 and 8. Final round of both classes. Bring it back to the lanes for Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box and C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. Bring them back to the lanes for the final round. We'll be ready for you. And we've got our no box final in the lane, so if we can get Rick Turkowski and Brian Balducci to the lanes now, please, for our top final. And we will finish up day number last of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group 5th Annual Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive, and conclude another great FRBR Promotions event. We got Rick Turkowski, so Brian Balducci, you've got yours ready to go. If you can make like the price is right and come on down. All right, I hear our no box cars firing up. Balducci just got to the lane, so we will soon be done with both finals and crown 2 winners. So will Kurt Holland go back-to-back here in Roadrunner Race Fuels no box? Or will Jeff Stewart cap off a banner day for Stewart Family Racing? His daughter has already won. Can they pull the double? We're about to find out. Tower side out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania, in the 79 Camaro, dialed in at a 612. It's Kurt Holland. He'll take on Jeff Stewart, 628 the dial on the 64 Chevelle out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Who will it be? Will it be a double up for Kurt Holland? Will it be the storybook ending for Jeff Stewart? We are moments away from finding out. Both drivers are pre-staged. Who will bump it in first? Both are bumping. Stewart is in. Holland is in. We're ready to go. In under 6 seconds, we're going to have a winner. Out front is Stewart. Here comes Holland at the stripe. Win light. Give it to Jeff Stewart. He's 11 dead 0 for the storybook ending. He doubles up with his daughter Mallory for the win. Here at the Independent Showdown, what a race. Kurt Holland missed it up front and breaks it out on the big end. 610 with the 3 and 111 on the 612 dial. Your winner here on the final day of the 5th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive in Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box is Jeff Stewart. Here we go, ready to go now with the final round of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bob here at the 5th Annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. Who's it going to be in the battle of the dragsters? Also, don't forget the Daryl Tillman Realty Group bonus. If one of these drivers can put a 10-pack or better together, they'll get a $250 bonus. A 5-pack or better together, they'll get a $500 bonus. Or a perfect run will net them an extra $2,500. Over in the far lane, they call him Chicken. 493 is the dial for Brian Balducci. In the 14 undercover, he'll take on Rick Turkowski, Tower Side, out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. 475 the dial for the Ed Quay Dragster. Ladies and gentlemen, clear the dance floor. Fill up your glass. It's time to dance. Here at the FRBR Promotions Independent Showdown, the final run of the weekend. Who's it going to be? Turkowski, Balducci, we're ready to race. Both drivers are pre-stage and bumping it in. We're ready to go. Give the win to Rick Turkowski. Chicken turns it 3 red in the finals. Turkowski goes 4, 1 above, 1 to be 15 total. Balducci, 489, 4 on the 493 dial. Will take the loss with the 003 red reaction time. Your winner here on Sunday in the C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb is Rick Turkowski. And we'll now head down to Diamond State Digital Victory Lane to have a word with today's winners. Congratulations to all the winners here this weekend. Congratulations to all who came out and participated. We appreciate your support. And we hope everyone has a safe trip home. We look forward to seeing you here again next year for the 6th Annual Independent Showdown. And for all of you foot brake fans, we'll see you back here in October for the FRBR Promotions Door Wars, their staple event. For those tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital, you can stick around for the Victory Lane interviews. And if you're tuning out, thank you for watching and supporting all weekend. Thanks to B&M Performance and Machining for providing the live feed free to the viewers at home. And once again, thank you everybody for your support here this weekend. We still have winter interviews to go, and then we'll be all done here at Maple Grove Raceway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with your Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster winner on Sunday, Mallory Stewart. Mallory, great job out there today, and you really put the pressure on Pops to get the job done for the storybook ending. Way to go out there and execute, and just lay down great laps here today, and you had the luck when you needed it and the skill when you needed it even more.
Yes, I would like to thank my parents and my lovely sisters, Macy, Dana, and the Mendenhalls, and Wendell, and Fred Craw, and Nick Woods, and everybody in my family for cheering me on at home.
Well, you did a wonderful job out here today. We'll keep this one short because I know you all have a long drive home. And congratulations, way to pick up the big check and the big trophy. We look forward to seeing you back at the next FRBR event with the juniors.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Mallory Stewart, your winner here today in Junior Dragsters. Ladies and gentlemen, back down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with your Roadrunner Race Fuels, Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive. No box winner for Sunday, Jeff Stewart.
Oh, guys, to the front.
Jeff, man, we were talking a little bit earlier. You laid down some serious laps there today. I mean, this thing was on rails. It didn't matter left lane, right lane. This thing was going through there. 5 total, I know, there at the semis. 2 dead 3. You back it up, coming back dead 3, even though you cut it red. But got the job done when you needed it most, and found your way all the way here to victory lane.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, the old 64 was getting it done. The driver wasn't doing too bad, but yeah, we put the laps together when we needed them, and the competition here is really like super, super tough, and I know that going in. So yeah, like if you guys would like to thank, first of all, Dave Dominic, Dominic Race Cars in Pittsburgh. He does everything on my cars. He's my man. He's my go-to guy. Without Dave, I wouldn't be here. My wife, my kids, my friends, Kevin Mendenhall, I couldn't do it without him. He was my little pit buddy. My buddy Wendell, my little pit buddy. Without them guys, I wouldn't have been here because the battery would have started going dead on her and she didn't want to get running. But yeah, it all worked out, man. It really did. We had a great time.
Well, we were definitely glad to have you here. You all gave us a storybook of storybook endings to the weekend, and glad to see you all able to double up. And we look forward to having you back here at more FRBR events. Come join us in October for Door Wars. How's that?
Yes, sir. We'll be here. Thank you.
All right, your winner here in No Box on the final day, Jeff Stewart. And for the final time at the 5th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown presented by Blittersdorf Automotive with your C2 Competition Converters and Machining top bulb winner, it is Rick Kowski. The crowd, they went wild. It just, the mic cut out. Nobody could hear. Rick, man, super happy to be here with you in Victory Lane. A lot of people at home probably had no idea. You and I just thought about it. 13 years ago, I bought my first dragster from you, and we've been, we've kept in touch, been friends ever since, and this is just an honor to be able to interview you here in Victory Lane, and congratulations, man. What a day for you, laying down pass after pass. Great laps here in the old Quay, and you showed them you still got what it takes to get the job done.
Thank you, Chad. I do want to send a couple thanks out to Bob from Watson McDaniel for being here to the end and helping me, Robbie over Artemis Automotive, and Lee over at C2 Converters for helping me keep this Quay going. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the people at home who are always supporting me. My wife, Patience, who's watching on TV, Stephen and his family, Logan, Kieran, and Jess, they're down in Virginia. My other son, Richard, Hattie, Lucy, Peyton, and Waylon. I got so many kids. I have 7 grandkids and 1 great-grandkid and turn 60 next week. So this is a great win for me. I really enjoy it. It was a great track, great promotion. Thank you. Oh, we cut out. Thank you so much for everything.
Well, Rick, congratulations. So happy to see you get the big check, and we'll definitely see you back for more events here with FRBR, and we look forward to seeing you in Victory Lane again.
So much, Chad.
One last time here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane, signing off for FRBR Promotions. Congratulations to Rick Turkowski, your winner here today. And once again, ladies and gentlemen that are watching at home on Diamond State Digital, thank you so much for your support here this weekend and watching along at home. Thanks to B&M Performance and Machining for the live stream. Thanks to FRBR Promotions for bringing in Diamond State Digital. We'll be live again next time at US 13 Dragway in August for the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. So be sure to join us when we are live there. We'll be back with the FRBR Promotions team here in October for Door Wars. We'll also see you while we work for our friends at Motor Mania at the King of the Creek at MIR in September. So we'll see you again online. Until then, signing off. Everyone, have a great rest of your night, a happy 4th of July weekend, and we'll see you soon.